sector. If restaurants aren't available to eat in or bars are closed, you know, even if you want to spend the money, you can't. But to date, the data has been more resilient than I think most of us would have expected, say, 3 or 4 months ago, particularly in the context of reduced unemployment benefits. The issue is once the sort of executive order aspect of those benefits rolls off, and if and as we see the payroll momentum wane, and there's an expectation, certainly in some quarters, that the numbers will, for the current month, October, will be negative, reported the Friday after Election Day. That's when you know, perhaps the water gets a little chillier, and you might need to think about the stimulus wetsuit, as it were.
I expect this conversation to end up in a column at some point in the future, Cameron. Thank you. I don't know why I asked. Cameron Christ of Bloomberg News on the latest and how cold or not that water is. On the economic data a little bit later this morning, the PMIs and the ISM Services Index coming out later this morning. Michael McKee will break that down for you, 9:45 Eastern and 10 a.m. Eastern for that data. I get my words out this morning. In your market, shaping up as follows. I'm doing okay. It's Monday. Let me ease into it. Just let me go slowly.
Monday. You didn't have a full English.
I had a little bit of scrambled eggs, some plain porridge, a little bit of honey, hot water and lemon.
Get a full
Just
English.
ease myself into the week.
Okay.
Tomorrow we'll start with a beer. Futures up 7/10. This is Bloomberg.
La baby bailando me seduce. Yo quiero ver cómo se transforma y se apagan las luces. La niña es mala y traviesa, demonia por naturaleza. Se suelta con par de cervezas. Esta noche tú vas a ser mi presa. Dale mami, va. Que la nota a mí me sube. Dale mami, va. Que la nota a mí me sube. Yo quiero que bajes como un buzo, pa' elevarme como un cohete. Esta noche voy de abuso, vengo más armado que los rusos. Contigo quiero 3 combates luego de un perreo sucio. Y dale, no te quejes, dale, que hoy todo se vale. Que vamos a hacer maldades. Y dale, no te quejes, dale, que hoy todo se vale. Que vamos a hacer maldades. Dale mami, va. Que la nota a mí me sube. Dale mami, va. Que la nota a mí me sube. Que Dios me bendiga por estar a tu lado. No sé si lo que voy a hacer es un pecado. El Padre, el Hijo, amén. Apaga el celular y las luces también. Dale ponte fresh, que te quiero ver. Contigo voy a toda contra la pared. Sabe que esta noche te quiero meter. Tú serás mi santa y esta noche Lucifer. Dale ponte fresh, que te quiero ver. Contigo voy a toda contra la pared. Sabe que esta noche te quiero meter. Tú serás mi santa y esta noche Lucifer. Provócame, la baby bailando me seduce. Yo quiero ver cómo se transforma y se apagan las luces. La niña es mala y traviesa, demonia por naturaleza. Se suelta con par de cervezas. Esta noche tú vas a ser mi presa. Dale mami, va. que la nota a mí me sube, 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 sube. Dale mami, baja, 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 que la nota a mí me sube, 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 sube. Cápsula Music. Hey, it's 999.
So you can keep on.
People don't like the fact that they don't know what their next 3-6 months are going to be like.
It is possible for unemployment to rise and for GDP to grow at the same time.
There has to be more fiscal stimulus. The markets are expecting it.
Markets are going to force the government to act here.
The Fed is going to have to be highly accommodative for many, many years.
We are in a low interest rate world, probably permanently.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene. An extraordinary 2020, and wow, does October start most interesting. As you all know, the President of the United States at Walter Reed Hospital, he has been tweeting actively this morning, almost as much as John Farrow. We'll get to that in a moment. And then in the markets, we've got, I'd say, John Farrow, a bit of a celebration. Futures up 21, Dow futures up 184. John, what do you make of the markets this morning?
A strong correlation between the president's health, his tweeting activity, and equity markets. We bounce back. We hope we avoid the political crisis, the chaos that many people were thinking about last Friday. And there's the screen, up 0.6% of the S&P. In the bond market, this is where I think things get interesting for treasuries going into election day. If the polling remains the way the polling looks right now, at a national level, 53-39, that's the 14-point lead that Joe Biden has at the moment. It's getting a ton of attention. At some point, you really do start to think about pricing in the fiscal stuff. Now, Tom, the key risk at the moment, I'm catching up with Henry Peabody a little bit later.
On one
MFS,
of your other properties.
And his view on my other property, on my other real estate, and his view is that the risk is not a contested election because that risk is priced. The risk is that someone actually wins and you have to price in something else, which, let's face it, if you get a Democratic wave, that is higher yields, potentially more inflation, fiscal impulse, those kind of things. Now, I'm not saying that those policies will materialise, but they'll be the things that people wake up thinking about November 4th if that's the outcome.
Now, what we're going to try to do on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television, particularly this odd week, sort of mid-newsy kind of week, is give you the synthesis of what's going on right now, particularly out of Washington and, yes, out of the pandemic in Europe. Also with the economics of financing investment, as John says, it gets us out to Q1 and Q2 of next year. And, Lisa, there's no better place to look at those dynamics than full faith and credit bonds versus high yield and IG. They were on two different planets on Friday, weren't they?
They were. You've got yields on treasuries going up, price down, and in credit you saw yields going down. Spreads, the extra yield that investors demand to own the debt over rates, actually come down, so basically become more creditworthy. Very hard to understand all of this except to build on what John said, which is an increasing number of people are saying you cannot trade the near-term turmoil. You've got to trade the longer-term outcome of whatever this election has to hold. And given the fact that Joe Biden seems to be breaking away a bit in some of the polls, means that people can price in a little bit more of that more progressive agenda, more fiscal spending.
Right.
And you're seeing, I think, Tom, the key to watch, the dollar continuing its weakening trend, which also is key as people watch this election.
And I'm looking at that. We're sort of doing the data check here in pieces this morning, folks. It's a Bloomberg surveillance thing on a Monday. Euro-yen shows stronger euro over the last couple of days after a real bout of strong yen as well. John, one other idea, and I really want to go to you in London on this. The headlines out of Madrid and then Paris on the pandemic are outright shocking, with the leadership of Paris today really talking about a lockdown in the sense, as Francine Lacroix said, a restriction to bars closing on Tuesday. Is London anywhere near the draconian outcomes we see in Madrid and in Paris?
Not for me to say that. That's for the authorities, but I can tell you people are thinking about it a whole lot more, and the pressure's really building on the Prime Minister. I think he said there's a tough winter ahead, and going into 21, I don't think anyone thinks we wake up in the new year to a new world. We hope we get to the end of the year and the outlook for a vaccine really improves, Tom, and the distribution of an effective vaccine looks a whole lot better as well. At the moment, I would be focusing on the economic data and the correlation between the economic data and the experience that some of these countries are having at the moment. The PMI is in negative territory on a composite read for France, for Spain as well, and they're the two countries on the continent right now, Tom, struggling with coronavirus, and you see it reflected in the economic data as well. That's where my attention is. As for the happy talk around the euro, look, if you've got a bid on the euro, your long euro dollar, that upside has got to be capped by the idea that if they need more restrictions, this data will deteriorate.
Good way to start our conversation here, because I looked at 5-year break-evens. We'll explain that in a moment. David Riley gets us started in this hour with Blue Bay Asset Management. We're thrilled he could join us today. David, first chart I looked at today were those 5-year out, 5-year forward break-evens. It's so different for the United States with a whiff of inflation versus the disinflation of Europe. What does that signal?
Well, I think that signals that Europe is in a very difficult situation in terms of the extent of the disinflationary, deflationary forces. I mean, we've had record low inflation prints recently, and I think that's going to prompt the ECB to implement more policy action, but probably not until the end of the year or early next year. Well, I think in the US, there is still a challenge on the inflation front, but I think there's more upside potential, particularly if we do get a substantive fiscal stimulus after the US elections.
Given that, David, do you think that the euro, the rally that we've seen versus the dollar is overdone?
Well, I think if we get a situation where you were discussing before, a Democrat clean sweep, then I think market expectations will be for a very significant U.S. fiscal stimulus sometime in early 2021. I think it's going to be associated, at least initially, with a weaker dollar. I think you're right, Lisa. Does that play out with a stronger euro? I actually think it will benefit the sort of laggards of this recent dollar weakness, which has been emerging market currencies. I think a sort of Biden and Democratic clean sweep is unambiguously positive for emerging market assets, including currencies. So that's where I'd rather play, where I think we're going to see some future dollar weakness.
Is that just a trade policy trade, David? What is that?
Yeah, I do think that there is a sort of trade policy premium uncertainty associated with a Trump administration, and that extends not just to obviously relationships with China, but also the way that tariff policy is being used with a number of trading partners, including allies of the US as well. So I think if you take that out, that other things being equal, that implies a weaker dollar, and I think a big US fiscal stimulus package would also be then a sort of signal for the market to sort of more aggressively or decisively go into a rotation trade and a kind of global reflation trade. I think you get a steeper treasury curve, but as part of that as well, I think you get some rotation from, dare I say, from growth to value, but also into, I think, some of those assets like emerging markets that do better in a sort of global reflation world.
Dare I say it, you said it, David, so let's discuss it. This rotation, the elusive rotation, this idea that banks can start doing well, that curves can start steepening. I mean, that's the European trade. That's the long right there. That's the trade everyone wants to see work and just hasn't for so long, David. If it worked in the United States, can it work in Europe?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it can help. I think if we see that kind of move in the US and steeper curves, then to some extent that would sort of show the way for European policymakers. I mean, we have seen a better and more coherent policy response from European policymakers, particularly on the fiscal side in this crisis, than we've seen in previous crises. But I do think that as part of, in order to get that, break out that kind of Japanization story for Europe, we're going to need continued fiscal policy support, and I think the ECB is going to have to accommodate that by extending its asset purchases by essentially saying we're going to backstop government borrowing and don't worry about how much debt there is right now. Keep on borrowing and keep on supporting the recovery. And I think if we get that as a story, not only in the US but also in Europe, then I think we will see steeper curves, and I think it will be beneficial for cyclicals and value like financials.
David, what's your hedge? What's your go-to asset to counteract if you're wrong about this reflation trade?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually not an easy thing to do to find hedges for portfolios right now, because I think the way that fixed income has behaved, core government bonds, during September shows that it's become very asymmetric. I think it's hard for those yields to go much lower. And I think if we do get some positive news, incremental policy news, particularly on the fiscal side, but also in terms of, for example, a vaccine before year end, then I think those yields sort of move higher. How do you try to sort of mitigate that risk a little bit? I mean, we've reduced some of the risk within our portfolios given the level of uncertainty at the moment, but also you stick with your bias to sort of up in quality to sectors like utilities in high-grade credit.
David, great to catch up, as always. Good to see you, sir. David Riley there of Blue Bay Asset Management on the latest in Europe. Headline coming out of Europe. Get your head around this one. It's Jens Weidmann of the Bundesbank in Germany speaking at the moment, saying the following. The German recovery likely to be incomplete for some time. Ample liquidity and low interest rates crucial. Tom, anyone familiar with the work and the thinking of Jens Weidmann would know that was almost unthinkable to hear that from him 10 years ago. And what's interesting about a crisis like this, Tom, and I'm sure you'll agree, is not how people respond in the emergency, in the immediate aftermath of a crisis. It's how they shift and the permanency of that shift over time afterwards. And to hear the hawk over at the ECB talk about low rates being crucial just tells you about the hole we're in and the shift we've seen.
And what's so important here is the percent of GDP of every story that's out there. And I don't have in front of me the percent of Germany needed. But, John, we are miles, even with Speaker Pelosi's fiscal stimulus, we're miles from the kind of fiscal stimulus economists are talking about of 5 or 6 or even 7% of GDP. We're miles from that. Miles from that.
Out to 21 and maybe beyond, Tom. Coming up on this programme, University College London Professor of Political Science. Just a University College London Professor of Political Science. It'll be a surprise.
Professor Gupta. Radhika Gupta will be joining us.
I believe it's Julie Norman who will be joining us, Tom.
That would be very
good. So I'm
good.
looking forward to that conversation. Wonderful. Equity futures up 22. We advanced 0.7%. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Radhika Gupta. There's confusion over how President Trump is being treated for the coronavirus. In public, his doctors remain upbeat. One says the president could be released today from the military hospital in Maryland, where he's been since Friday night. Still, another one said the president has been given supplemental oxygen and he has received medication typically used in more severely ill patients. Meanwhile, the president unexpectedly left the hospital to greet supporters who had assembled. He waved to them from his motorcade in a bid to demonstrate strength. Joe Biden leads President Trump by 14 percentage points in the new Wall Street Journal NBC News poll. Biden's 53-39 lead is his biggest of the campaign. Voters were polled after Tuesday's debate, but before the president was hospitalized for the coronavirus. In the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson is warning the public that a, quote, very tough winter lies ahead. Johnson said he accepts that people are angry with the way he has handled the pandemic. He told the BBC that it's going to be a bumpy ride to Christmas and it may even be bumpy beyond that. And there's a huge deal in Big Pharma today. Bristol Myers Squibb has agreed to buy biotech firm MyoKardia for $13.1 billion in cash. That represents a 61% premium to the company's closing price on Friday. The deal will expand Bristol Myers' lineup of heart drugs. Global News 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Radhika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
If you see the leader of a country getting it, I think you start reassessing your chances. And so my guess is, without any formal lockdowns, people will be much more careful about going out.
Randall Krosner there, the former Federal Reserve Governor, weighing in on the prospect of consumers disengaging. Fascinating column from Mohammed El-Arian out overnight. Worth a read on Bloomberg Opinion. From New York and London, good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. 1 hour, 12 minutes away from the opening bell this Monday morning. And as the President's health improves, that's the good news. The good news in your market. Futures up 20. If you're long, that is. Equity futures up 0.6% on the S&P. Weaker dollar reflecting that improving risk appetite. Euro dollar 117.68. Curve steeper. Yields higher at the long end, including the 10-year, just up a basis point to 0.71%. I believe we hear from the Fed chairman tomorrow, Tom Keene. Jay Powell, put that one in the diary. At some point tomorrow, right here. We'll bring you some of the headlines on Bloomberg.
Far more importantly, Charles Evans, always fascinating, particularly on the desire to reflate with our Michael McKee. Look for that later in the morning. Right now, Julie Norman with us with UCL, professor of political science. And what's fascinating about her is her study and her expertise in academics for conflict. Her focus is on Arab-Israeli conflicts, and particularly a focus around the Palestinians, but far more, it is just simply about the politics of our conflict. Julie, I don't mean to make light of it, but you could take your conflict over to the culture wars of the United States of America. How will they play out in the next 29 days?
Well, Tom, that's certainly what we're all going to be looking at. This has obviously been such a polarized year, a very polarized election, and with the events of the recent days, with Trump's diagnosis, with the response to that, it's looking like the end of the campaign is going to look even more different than we had thought before. Real change-ups in both the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign and how they move forward in this crucial time leading up to Election Day in November.
I mean, you lead up to Election Day in November, all the focus on the president tweeting out massively, single line, all cap tweets. He just put out moments ago one that looked like it was pre-programmed, an election tweet as well. What should we look for from the other guy, from Vice President Biden?
Well, Biden really needs to keep up his own momentum for these crucial weeks. He has already decided to suspend negative ads while Trump is sick and has canceled a few events, but for the most part is moving ahead with his planned events starting in Florida this week. So it's really crucial that Biden keeps that going. He needs to make sure that he gets out the vote and keeps that enthusiasm going as it gets closer to November and doesn't play it too safe, even though he's ahead in the polls.
Julie, at what point do some of these Senate Republicans look at these polls and start to break away and go solo?
Well, that's something that we've been wondering really from the start of Trump's ascendancy. And so far, most Republican senators have stayed aligned with Trump, of course, with a few pretty notable exceptions. But I think for Senate Republicans right now, especially with the Amy Coney Barrett nomination trying to push through the Senate, there's a sense of commitment to conservative values, conservative policies, and really trying to look more at the long game of staying committed to those aims rather than necessarily making a break from Trump and keeping a kind of a standard strong front with the Republican Party, with his conservative values, seems to be the best way forward for most of those senators right now.
Julie, just on process, just quickly, how difficult is it to get the Senate operational now, given that some Senate Republicans have actually been exposed to COVID-19? Can you walk us through the process just briefly for the next couple of weeks, what that might look like down in Washington?
Sure. So we've heard from Mitch McConnell that most Senate activity will be suspended this week and not start again until the week of October 12th at least. But McConnell has emphasized that the confirmation process for Amy Coney Barrett will move forward. In that regard, some of the meetings and procedures that they're currently having, people, even if they're sick or don't feel safe coming in, can tune in virtually. Where that's going to change is when there's actually a vote. For a vote, they will actually need senators to come and be physically present. And so that is really when it will probably depend on the health of those senators who have been infected so far and the extent to which the virus has moved between other members by that point.
There's so much confusion around the virus and how it's hitting Washington, and President Trump even with conflicting data, conflicting information from his own doctors over the weekend. Julie, from an international relations perspective, given the fact that President Trump is on the mend, he does appear to be, although there is such a lack of consistency in the information, how much does it put the U.S. at risk or put the U.S. at a more vulnerable position when it comes to dealing with other countries?
Well, we have seen some reports even as recently as today that this is a rather vulnerable moment for the United States. Having the president hospitalized, even though, as you noted, does seem to be recovering and hopefully will recover within the next few days. But when you have a president who is hospitalized, you also have a number of other members from the highest levels of government who are sick or a potential for being sick, and also just the country really quite distracted at this moment. From a security point of view, the United States is relatively vulnerable. But I say that relatively strongly. The U.S., everything else that we have is in place. There are so many agencies and people beyond the president and beyond the White House that are really engage much more of our international relations, that this is not a time to be afraid, so to speak, but just to be mindful that it is a rather unprecedented situation.
Late start to the year for universities here in the United Kingdom, if you're not familiar with the education system, and I believe first day of the term today over at UCL. So good luck, Julie. Great to catch up. Julie Norman, University College London Professor of Political Science. Headline just coming from the New Jersey Governor, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. John, you were way out front on this. It's like Governor Murphy is channeling Mr. Farrow. We spoke with the governor a few days ago. It was really a heated interview on the virus as it affects him, particularly the concentration in Lakewood, New Jersey. Well, there was a concentration, John, as you identified, at the Trump fundraiser, and here is the governor saying it should have been canceled.
Yeah, the timeline never stacked up. It never stacked up and still doesn't stack up. And it wasn't just from reporting and sources from in and around the administration. It was the White House Chief of Staff, Mr. Meadows, Tom, that basically revealed that they knew about the positive result of Hope Hicks before they left to Bedminster, New Jersey. Some people were pulled from that trip. And the question for many people is, why wasn't the president? Why did the president still go on that trip?
Well, there's that, but what upsets me, John, I really had I had a beverage of my choice in my hand here and really got upset at someone this weekend about how you look at the statistics. At that fundraiser, there were X number of people in the higher risk groups, over 60, over 70, over 80 as well. How many of those do you have to line up before you get very serious illness in one of them? That's the tangible risk at events like this.
Well, we hope that risk doesn't materialize, but the messaging, Tom, is also where the lines blur as well. Very difficult to tell everyday Americans the protocols they have to abide by if you don't in the highest office in America. From London and New York, good morning to you all on this Monday morning. Equities up. Our thoughts with the President and the First Lady as their health continues to improve, particularly the President over the weekend. That's the good news according to his doctors. Equity futures up 20. We advanced 0.6%.
De esta manera me gustaría decirle a los empleadores que fueran más humanitarios con sus trabajadores, que les hagan valer sus derechos.
Y estábamos viviendo en dos casas, en una 50 personas y en la otra otras 50. En cada casa había 5 habitaciones. En cada habitación había de 3 a 4 camas abarrotadas. Vivíamos de 6 a 7 personas. Un baño para cada habitación y una cocina para todas.
Una vez que nos atendieron en el hospital, al salir nos avisó una compañera que ya nos habían reportado a migración.
Gracias a Dios ahorita de salud yo estoy muy bien, pero en lo moral no estoy muy bien, porque a causa de esa enfermedad yo perdí todo, perdí mi trabajo.
Yo creo que mi caso resulta un gran problema de cómo las personas migrantes estamos en riesgo de explotación por parte de los empleadores.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. John from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
The second half will be a lot stronger than the first half in China. We're heading to what we call the golden season of auto sales.
We are very confident, we're going to have another big growth, 2021 versus 2020.
We did not see people kind of holding back.
Chinese customers are into, right now, buying individual mobility.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
From London and New York, here's the price action on this Monday morning. Good morning to you all. You can hear Tom Keane. I'm Jonathan Ferro. Lisa Bramis with us too, as always. Equity futures up 0.6%. Euro dollar 117.61. Yeah, I know you're what? Up 0.4% on euro dollar. You're going to spit it out?
No,
all
I've
right.
been.
Treasury yield TAR2 up 2 basis points.
I'm exhausted, John,
0.72%.
because the TAR
I didn't mean to interrupt. Crude $38.61.
Look at the
I don't mean to interrupt you. I know, equities up after a week of gains. It's amazing what I've learned to do, a skill set that's absolutely useless anywhere else apart from this programme, which is being able to look at a market, talk about a market, and converse with my co-anchor who's talking about something completely ridiculous. Life skills, Tom.
John, do the data. 7 goals, 6 goals. Why are there so many goals being scored in Premier League? Good morning on radio and TV. These are the important matters.
You complained about this for years.
I know.
You get it, and now you're complaining about it?
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just curious. Why are there more goals being scored? Seriously.
So I think it's a total fluke what happened over the weekend, Tom. A remarkable day. We've seen days like this in the past over the last few decades, but that was just a remarkable day. I think it's unlikely to be repeated. There were a load of defensive errors in that and a little bit of luck along the way as well, and some pretty dodgy referee calls in the mix too, Tom, still this past weekend.
Yeah, the penalty shot Richmond had against Man City was terrible. Richmond relegated to the Champions League over the weekend.
Do you want to explain what you're talking about?
No, that's what it is. Look at the headline from NBC.
No, why would you do that?
I would want to explain.
Shall I do that headline?
Do the headline, please. It's important.
I'll do that headline. The President and his doctors to decide about discharge later today. So hopefully we'll hear a little bit later today. Thanks, Lisa.
Anytime.
I'm trying. Hopefully we'll find out a little bit later today about when the President, if the President, will be discharged.
Can we all agree as amateurs that it's basically the thingy on the finger and the oxygen measurement? I mean, seriously, that's a key determinant here, isn't it?
The thingy on the
I think as amateurs, we shouldn't weigh in. I think that's probably the best course of action. I can tell you what you should do. You should bring in our next guest.
I like to do that. Brett Ryan with us with Deutsche Bank, their senior U.S. economist, and he went right to where I was in the unemployment report. It was a good report, mixed report, and markets certainly reacting to it. But Brett Ryan, you went to median duration, which really shows two Americas. Discuss what you saw in a little bit more difficult median duration statistic.
Right. So the median duration is basically how many weeks people have been unemployed. And so, one of the things that we've been following is people that say they're on temporary layoff versus permanent layoff. And the issue with that is it's sort of a distinction without a difference when the number of weeks that people are unemployed keeps extending. And so right now, you're seeing the median duration go out to 17.6 weeks. That's the longest since 2012, really. And so, one of the issues that we had in the wake of the financial crisis was long-term unemployed. Because the longer you're out of a job, the more your skills erode, and the harder it is to get back into the labor force.
But the Peter Hooper team has absolutely nailed this. I mean, full disclosure, folks, Deutsche Bank has its moments where it's very optimistic on the direction, and you guys rolled over here a number of weeks. Reaffirm right now your caution on the American recovery.
Yeah, so, it's been certainly a surprisingly fast start out of the gates. There's no question about that. We've recovered half of the jobs lost between February and April. The problem is looking forward, and every member of the Federal Reserve has basically said we need more fiscal support. Without that, without FPUC benefits, which have now been used up, the FEMA money is now gone. That's $300 billion in income that's going to be lost between Q3 and Q4. That's going to come during the holiday spending season, and it's going to come upon those with the least amount of savings and the highest margin of propensity to consume. So that's why, while we've had a faster start, looking forward, it only gets more difficult from here, and there's a real risk that consumer spending could be negative in Q4. And that's one of the reasons why we're more cautious.
Brett, there's a narrative that's becoming increasingly popular that even if we don't get fiscal support from Washington before the election, we'll get it at some point, and it doesn't really matter when. It'll help support the economic recovery on the other side. And then you have other people say, well, if you get bad data, if it really shows a marked deterioration of the economic situation, that changes the dynamic, and you have to start counting for that in your calculus when you decide whether to invest. Have we already crossed that Rubicon? Are we already at the point where the data is showing a material deterioration in the momentum of the economic recovery, and people have to take count of it?
Well, I think number one, tell that to the 26 million people who are collecting some form of unemployment insurance right now, and they're seeing their income cut in half. Tell that to the restaurants that are going into the winter season. The PPP loan money has dried up. There's $130 billion still sitting there. Why not allow them to take out another loan and get through the winter? Because these programs were designed to deal with a 4 to 6 month shutdown, not a year shutdown, or at least restricted capacity. And these businesses need help now, and airlines as well. They need help now, not 3 months from now, because you're going to have businesses that go under in the meantime. So I think that's the one thing. But yes, will there be fiscal stimulus at some point? Yes, but it's more important you're going to delay the recovery by causing hardship over the next 3 months for thousands of businesses, restaurants that are going to go under if they don't get more PPP money, and it's going to hurt demand, especially during the holiday season. And so companies are going to be less likely, or less willing at least, to hire, and it just sets you back unnecessarily.
Okay, a lot of policymakers will say, show me the numbers, right? How much will it set us back? If it sets us back a little bit, but we can remove some of the political silly season around us, then it's worth it. How much does it set us back if we don't get fiscal support before the election and it's prolonged for months to come?
Well, I think it risks the consumer spending recovery, and you could have a negative quarter of consumer spending, and basically that's a 50% chance that you're going to have a negative quarter of growth, and the economy is not exiting a recession, and it's hard for the NABE to declare the end of the recession, and it could weigh on jobs. We've already seen a slowing in the pace of job gains, as we saw at the last report. As the BLS noted itself, the unemployment rate, while, it did tick down, it would have been 40 basis points higher if not for misclassification issues. So you're still really at 8.3% unemployment rate.
Well, great, but that doesn't help me. Where's the Deutsche Bank real unemployment rate? It was a parlor game we've been playing, Brett, where we go through the math and everybody says the math doesn't work. What's the real number? What's your recalculated real number? Is it double digit, or can you be more optimistic than that?
Well, I would say, I mean, from the U3 perspective, it should be a 3. From a U6
yeah, but I want the U Deutsche
14,
Bank. I want the U Deutsche Bank perspective. Come on, we all see out there what's going on. The U3 is a joke. What's going on? What's the real number?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a double-digit number right now.
Thank you.
When you're looking at what's happening here, Tom, is that as you see continuing claims on the state level start to go down, you're seeing not a commensurate, but a good portion of those rolling off are going on to pandemic emergency unemployment compensation. So that's the federal program with extended benefits that go towards year end. Same thing, you're seeing PUA, even though California had some issues with reporting, PUA, which is pandemic unemployment assistance, that's also ticking higher. So the total number of people collecting claims is not coming down as fast as what you would think just looking at the state continuing claims. By the way, PUA and PEUC both expire December 30 at the end of the year. If Congress doesn't do anything, then that's another big hit to income, possibly another couple $100 billion, 200 to 300 billion, and that further dents, profile for spending.
Brett, just quickly, you've quantified the kind of damage that would happen to the U.S. economy if we didn't get that fiscal help. Let's just talk about what kind of damage, not just in the United States, but in the UK as well. Here the Chancellor talking almost about embracing creative destruction and not allowing it to rip, but acknowledging there are permanent changes in this economy and some businesses that won't be viable in the long term. Can you embrace creative destruction to any degree in a pandemic with the restrictions this government has on right now?
When it comes to, restaurants, do I want to see my father with 4 restaurants go out of business? And is that creative destruction, or is that somebody who, through no fault of his own, is being restricted to 50% capacity? So I think it's industry by industry. And when we talk about creative destruction, businesses that, are not longer viable through technology or some sort of natural process, sure. But for businesses that, through no fault of their own, are being restricted by the state, right, and they can't operate profitably, there needs to be some sort of state aid.
Brett, great to catch up. And send our best to the family, won't you? It's a tough industry. Brett Ryan there, Deutsche Bank senior U.S. economist. Headline cross on a Bloomberg comes from Mark Meadows on Fox News moments ago, saying he's optimistic, this is the White House Chief of Staff, optimistic that the President of the United States will be discharged later today. So an optimistic headline crossed on a Bloomberg from the Chief, Tom, the White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, in the last couple of minutes.
Well, certainly a real pressure to get back on the campaign trail, and certainly after the polls that we saw, John. But you really got to wonder. I mean, I'd just like to know, when do we hear from the medical professionals as well? John, what is extraordinary? We say good morning to a gentleman down in the South watching us as well. He says that team surveillance has great interaction.
Great interaction.
We have great interaction. It's just.
Well, this
is that a euphemism?
Not you and me, John. I think it's more you and Lisa. I don't know. I mean, we have.
I think that is great interaction. You and I don't know if you'd bottle that.
I don't know what
that is.
It's great interaction is what we have when we talk.
One thing to call it.
Yeah.
When I do my annual review, I think my manager describes it as something else.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they turn around and say great interaction.
Yeah.
I think it's something else. I think that when they sit down with you, I think they describe it as
Tom is
something
drinking.
else as well.
Tom is drinking.
Good. The 30-year bond to save us, 1.5266. John, we'll move that up to a 1.53.
Hey.
Seriously, you really wonder where's the tip point on 10-year and yield moves, higher yield, lower prices, and you really wonder, John, where that is.
I'm with you.
It's porridge.
The most exciting part of the morning.
I mean, porridge.
Are you? Do you know why this is the most important and exciting part of the morning? Because I step away in about 2 minutes and I fly solo for 60.
To migrate to your other property. Who do you have today?
It's
You
like
got somebody
carrot.
good?
That's the carrot. I've always got someone good.
Okay.
I've got 4 people good. I'll tease someone next, just for you, Tom.
Very good.
Right here, on Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. Health briefings have offered false or misleading information about how President Trump is being treated for the coronavirus. That's raised questions about his condition. One doctor says the president could leave the military hospital in Maryland today. Still, another disclosed that the president had received supplemental oxygen. Plus, he's being treated with a drug that is usually used for more severely ill patients. Meanwhile, President Trump paid a surprise visit to supporters of his who had gathered outside. He left the hospital to visit them. Video showed the president being driven in an SUV while he wore a mask. And the Republican plan to confirm Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett by Election Day is now in peril. 3 Republican senators have tested positive for the coronavirus in the past few days, and at least 8 others are known to have had direct exposure. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's narrow margin for confirming Barrett would evaporate if just 3 Republicans were unable to vote. And the mayor of New York City will close businesses and schools in 9 neighborhoods because of a rise in coronavirus infections. Bill de Blasio says the school closures in parts of Brooklyn and Queens will start Wednesday for an initial period of 2 weeks. They could then be extended. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Kimmy from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
The scale of the climate crisis is just staggering, but you can't let that be an excuse for doing nothing. So to fight climate change, we can't be overwhelmed by the seeming impossibility of the task at hand.
Inclusive multilateralism is about bringing more voices to the table, resulting in more ideas, more solutions, and more climate action.
As a signatory to the Global Covenant of Mayors, Charlotte has joined thousands of cities and regions in a commitment to accelerate ambitious, measurable climate and energy initiatives.
Local communities across our nation are stepping up in unprecedented ways to respond to the ongoing challenges of our climate crisis.
We'll see what is the cost, what is the reliability, but without innovation, a lot of innovation, we won't be able to get there.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
What would you say are the leadership qualities that you
brought to the table or that you most admire?
I don't always have to be the smartest person in the room. I know collectively what a team needs, and I love having really great debates.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
There was that momentary episode of the high fever and that temporary drop in the saturation, which prompted us to act expediently to move him up here. Fortunately, that was really a very transient, limited episode. A couple hours later, he was back up, mild again.
Dr. Sean Connolly there, the White House physician, weighing in on behalf of the president. Mark Meadows, the White House Chief of Staff, just speaking to Fox News moments ago and saying the following. He's optimistic the president will be discharged today. He goes on to say that the president continues to improve, he is working, and that doctors will evaluate the president later this morning. So late this morning, Tom, is when we could get an evaluation about the president's potential discharge from hospital. We'll be talking about these issues at the top of the hour on Bloomberg TV. We'll do that with Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners. We'll talk politics with her a little bit after that. Henry Peabody, looking forward to catching up with him. Mislav Matejka, he'll join us as well around the opening bell. And then Tony Fernandez too. Just rounding out my guest, Tom, for the next hour on Bloomberg TV.
Very good, John. Very good. Looking forward to that as well. John Farrell driving forward the conversation, that important Kudlow interview on Friday as well. Right now, as we saw from the good doctor, a discussion of 4-syllable words. Drew Armstrong is expert at 4 and even 5 pharmaceutical syllable words. He is senior editor for healthcare and will translate what we all tried to learn this weekend. Let me start with just a general question, Drew Armstrong. Which of these cocktail of drugs is the one that has your attention?
I think the one, so the president has gotten 3 drugs, 3 main drugs. He's getting a number of others as far as we know. But, he got an early dose of an antibody therapy, which is basically a replacement for the body's immune system early on. That's the experimental drug made by Regeneron. He has been getting a antiviral drug, which is kind of a direct attack on the virus itself, remdesivir, that's made by Gilead. And then most recently, we were told by the White House that he has gotten a steroid called dexamethasone. That is the one that I think has caught my and a lot of other people's attention because it is typically used in patients who are kind of in the second phase of this disease. And it's not necessarily something that acts on the virus itself, but it's meant to combat an overactive immune system or overactive inflammation that can really hurt patients when they get more serious and need oxygen support or ventilation.
Do these 3, doctor, do any of them have a titer effect we can identify where we can say the president is over one of these 3 concoctions by Tuesday or by Thursday or by never? I mean, do we have any idea of the life of these drugs in his body?
I think one of the things I just want to back up for a second here with is that, there's a tremendous amount of speculation based on what the typical patient would get and what that means about the president's care, about the president's exact health status. And in the lack of really clear information from the White House medical staff about what he is doing, we really do not have a lot of information. People are having to speculate on how he's doing based on the drugs he's used. But I think they're speculating based on the assumptions that he is a typical patient who's getting typical medical care, not, kind of more aggressive VIP medicine, which can be a bad thing, a neutral thing, or a good thing. This is a really, really strange environment where I think, it's easy to assume that the normal things are happening, and they may not be, and we don't know if that's good or bad.
Drew, we don't want to go into the realm of speculation, and I'm glad that you said that. We don't know where President Trump is health-wise. Frankly, this is a very tricky disease, and it's unlikely that there's a clear view anywhere right now. Drew, based on the cocktail of drugs, though, that President Trump has been administered, and given how many therapies there are available, are we getting to the point where if somebody gets the virus and they are given the right therapies, they can survive at a much higher degree than in the previous 8 months, say?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've now had, more than 6 months of medical experience dealing with this virus. There are more drugs available. We know more about how they work, and not just how they work, but when they work. And that's really important to emphasize. We know when to use these drugs in the course of a disease to actually get a better chance at a positive outcome. So, yeah, I mean, just fundamentally from a medical perspective, we're in a way better place than we were treating this virus in patients of all types than we were at the very start of it. And I think it's also worth reminding people that, yes, this can be a deadly disease in some people. It tends to be more deadly the older and the more underlying health conditions a patient is. But, it is by no means a death sentence at all. And I think sometimes this gets written about in that way. Most people do tend to recover from this. That said, it's still, potentially very scary. But the care has gotten better.
Drew, this is a sensitive topic, and we all wish the president very well, and we hope that he recovers quickly and strongly. There is an issue that people have been raising about the inconsistency of information, and as somebody who's been covering healthcare for a very long time, can you give us a sense of the damage, the public relations damage that can be done if people are not trusting of health officials in what they give out in terms of information about the virus, guidance, or even the president's own health?
Yeah, I think we've seen right now a demonstration of all of that. If you look at, some of the steps that the White House around this Amy Coney Barrett event didn't take, we talk about a kind of, a bit of a mosaic of steps that you can take to protect against this virus: social distancing, masks, using testing to find the cases after they happen and make sure that those people are not exposed to others. The White House, in this case, has taken, only a handful of those steps. They obviously were not practicing social distancing, as some of those photos of indoor gatherings show. And, we're not really very big on the use of masks among some of those people. I mean, I think it's worth noting that, if I had told you that we were going to invite, your 74-year-old grandfather was going to be having a birthday party. We were going to fly in people from all around the country who haven't been practicing social distancing or wearing masks, and we're going to have an indoor-outdoor gathering with 150 people in a poorly ventilated indoor space. You'd say, now, but yet, that's exactly what the White House did here. And I think a lot of public health experts have been saying, you could not have designed a better case that looks exactly like some of these other super spreader events we've seen around the country to put people at risk from the virus.
That will all be battled out here in the coming weeks, indeed, after the election, even after a given inauguration. Drew Armstrong, thank you so much. With Bloomberg News, really quite expert on the mystery of the pharmacology going on right now. No mystery about the markets, Lisa. Futures up 22.
Yeah, and the reason why, you can pick your reason. Basically, people are saying it's because the president's doing better. Other people saying that fiscal support is more likely to get passed before the election. Tom, you can spin a narrative with fiscal support any which way, any given day. It probably could be part of the narrative. It isn't getting done, though, right now. I mean, it could, maybe, perhaps, but right now, we've heard the story again and again.
I get out the calendar. 29 days to the election. I have real trouble seeing the benefits and the weighing the pros and cons of fiscal support, even though, as we just heard from Brett Lewis of Deutsche Bank, it is needed, to say the least, with their unemployment statistic. Futures up 22, Dow futures up 210. The VIX settled at 28.83 towards the market opening. Oil, 38.45 rallies. Oil large, up $1.40 as well. Dollar weaker this morning. The yen, 105.58. On Bloomberg Radio, on Bloomberg Television. Stay with us. Good morning.
The Census Bureau has asked Congress for a 120 extension. I don't know that you even have to ask, and I think 120 days isn't nearly enough.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
Valuations, particularly, sort of the technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
From New York and London, for our audience worldwide, the countdown to the Open starts right now with 30 minutes until the opening bell. Equity futures up 21. We advanced 0.6% this morning. Good morning, good morning. We begin with the big issue, the president on the cautious road to recovery following confusion over the weekend, contradictory messaging and unanswered questions. His medical team insisting they were simply attempting to reflect the mood of the president.
I was trying to reflect the upbeat attitude that the team, the president, that his course of illness has had. Didn't want to give any information that might steer the course of illness in another direction. And in doing so, it came off that we were trying to hide something, which wasn't necessarily true.
The president talking positively about his recovery, insisting his health is improving.
I came here, wasn't feeling so well. I feel much better now. We're working hard to get me all the way back. It's been a very interesting journey. I learned a lot about COVID. I learned it by really going to school. This is the real school. This isn't the let's read the book school. And I get it, and I understand it.
The president wrapping up the weekend with a drive-by greeting of his supporters, his doctors indicating he could be discharged as soon as today. With the latest, Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle joins us now for more. Morning, Abigail. White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows suggesting we could hear something on that in the next couple of hours.
Well, John, good morning to you as well. And certainly a weekend of confusion and uncertainty around the state of President Trump's diagnosis of COVID-19. And it seems to break into three questions or buckets. First, when did the White House first know that President Trump actually was diagnosed with COVID-19? Second, what is the true state of his health? And third, what does all of this mean for his campaign? As for the diagnosis timing, was it Wednesday or was it Thursday? The state of his health, there's lots of confusion, it seems, around his doctors. When was he put on oxygen? The timing of lung scans, what did they show? Dr. Conley there on Saturday trying to reflect the upbeat campaign, while Mark Meadows, Chief of Staff, putting out a little bit more of a serious messaging. So lots of confusion. Plus the therapies he is on, President Trump, those used for more serious cases of COVID-19. And with less than a month to the election, John, what will this mean for President Trump's ability to campaign? Now, despite all of the uncertainty, investors typically don't like that. We do have U.S. futures up today, perhaps in part on that news, the possibility that President Trump may in fact leave the hospital today, John.
Abigail, hopefully, thank you very much. The latest from the White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, speaking to Fox just moments ago. He's optimistic the president will be discharged later today. The president continues to improve. He is working. The doctors will evaluate the president later this morning. As the president's health seemingly improves, so does the tape. Here's the price action, 27 minutes away from the opening bell in New York City. Equity futures up around about 0.7% on the S&P 500. The move you see in equities, the improving risk appetite reflected in the bond market. Yields up by 3 basis points on a 10-year. We'll talk about the long end of the bond market a little bit later this hour. But it's interesting, that's for sure. In foreign exchange, dollar weaker, euro stronger, euro dollar 117, and let's call it 70, up around about 0.5%. That's the price action. Here's the story on policy. Henrietta Trays of Veda Partners expecting the president's health to have little impact on stimulus negotiations, writing the following. The president contracting COVID-19 has not materially moved the needle on Senate Republicans' opposition to more than $1 trillion in stimulus. There is widespread expectation of further fallout for the election and the party at this point. Henrietta, I'm pleased to say, joins us now for more. Henrietta, let's start there. I think the question of the moment, what is the biggest gap, the biggest spread, the distance between Secretary Mnuchin and this administration and Senate Republicans, or Secretary Mnuchin and this administration and House Democrats?
Yeah, that's exactly the question. I mean, the difference is that most of the members of the Senate Republican Conference do not want to vote on another stimulus bill now that we're, 29 days away from the election. So I think that's the biggest, most misunderstood component in the negotiations right now. And you played President Trump's clip yourself, and he says, now I just went to, effectively the school of hard knocks on COVID-19. And Speaker Pelosi is going to hear that and say, okay, great. Well, now you understand how severe it is. Why don't we go back to the HEROES Act? Why don't we get $2+ trillion in stimulus? Get this out. There's 206,000 people who've died so far. This is for real. We have a 7.9% unemployment rate. We need expansive unemployment insurance benefits. There's no vaccine yet. We need state and local aid. Schools are potentially starting to shut down again. We've got upticks in Wisconsin and New York, amongst other states. Let's get a real deal package. And the second Speaker Pelosi says something to that effect, you no longer have a path to 60 votes in the Senate. And that's really going to be our major sticking point, regardless of what the president tweets about it. The delta between the two sides was $1 trillion before the president got COVID. And I imagine now it could be even bigger than that. We've had also a situation where there is no urgency in the Senate Republican Conference. Maybe President Trump can insert some urgency. That would certainly be beneficial to the conversation. But obviously, they're out of session now until October 19th. So no matter what, you're not going to be getting an airline bailout. You're not going to be getting a stimulus package. Nothing will pass until that date at the very earliest. But that's assuming Republicans can come back then.
Henrietta, let's add even more colour to this. The administration's position, I caught up with them recently on Friday. They said 1.5 trillion. The numbers are out there. We all know them. Really, the biggest and most important spread right now, as you indicate, is the spread between Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and his ability to get a bill through the Senate, between him and Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Now, a quote that you picked up on and I think is really important as well. When asked, Speaker Pelosi, is something better than nothing? Her answer, Henrietta, is no. Now, I just wonder what that something needs to be, what reconciling with Speaker Pelosi actually looks like.
So when you speak with House Democrats, they'll tell you that they think that the economy needs upwards of $4, $5, $6 trillion. That's everything from unemployment benefits to get us a bridge into next year, into the second half of 2021, and then a massive Get Jobs Back initiative, which is infrastructure. So something is not better than nothing means we need at a minimum, probably $2 trillion. If they had everything that they wanted, it would be as high as $6 trillion per my conversations with those staffers. So the biggest difference would be things like unemployment insurance benefits, the magnitude of how much benefits they're going to be able to dole out, state and local aid to schools, contract tracing, funding, child care, paid sick leave made permanent. The delta is expansive. And then when Speaker Pelosi, another key comment to watch very closely is when Speaker Pelosi talks about values. The difference between the dollar figures is one component of this, but when Speaker Pelosi says we have a values different, that's not quantifiable. You're talking about her saying effectively, we want to provide aid to child care tax credits or to schools, and Republicans saying we want a tax credit for X, Y, and Z for high income individuals or for businesses. We want massive business liability components and protections there. That's the values difference that you cannot throw money at unless you are willing to get into the $3 trillion range.
And Reda, what all parties have in common right now is they're all trying to manage the optics. Is it your base case that this could just play out through the election into November? Because bottom line, nobody wants to be seen as the person who walked away.
Exactly. There is no deadline at this point. There's no manufactured deadline. I thought that Speaker Pelosi and Treasury Secretary Mnuchin had done a good job of trying to create some urgency around Thursday, Friday of last week. And then when they recessed the House and the Senate obviously shut down for 2 weeks, you now have a vacuum. There is no urgency of any kind and no momentum to build off of. So that creates a situation where the investment community should anticipate phone calls between Treasury Secretary Mnuchin and Speaker Pelosi. Clearly, they're probably not going to get in a room together at this point. But you're going to continue to get these headlines. President Trump tweeting today that he's going to provide a tax cut. You don't have any votes for that, but you can continue to keep hope alive by throwing this sort of word salad out into the ether, and that's what both sides have been doing. I would not anticipate that stopping until after the election, my expectation is you don't get a stimulus bill until the first quarter of next year.
This is what's tough about campaigning right now for the administration, Henrietta, and for the Republican Party. When you look at that tweet storm this morning from the President of the United States, he didn't put our handling of COVID-19 vote. He didn't talk about that. Yet that's going to be the single issue at the top of mind for so many people as these guys try and campaign. How difficult is it going to be in the final weeks of campaigning to talk about the kind of issues that the former VP Joe Biden is weak on and stay away from the kind of issues that this president has not polled well on for months?
Well, it's outside of their control. The president is ill, and there are 6 senators who are currently in some form of quarantine or have coronavirus. That means that you cannot segue beyond that until the virus itself decides to leave. And obviously that's not within the campaign's control. What I think you'll see, not necessarily right now, but starting next week, is Republicans really try to hammer home the Supreme Court justice nomination process. It will be happening partially remotely. They're going to great lengths to have the Judiciary Committee be able to convene, and they'll try to keep the focus there. Senator Lindsey Graham, who's the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, is in a very tough election. They had a debate last night, and he will be doing everything in his power to focus on the Supreme Court starting next week, October 12th. And that'll continue in the committee for that whole week. So optimistically, they'll be able to create a narrative around the Supreme Court then. But other than that, it's going to be coronavirus all day, every day.
Final question from me. Equity futures up nicely, up 0.6%. If you just switch up the board briefly and look at the bond market, yields higher. I understand risk appetite is improving, but I just wonder at one point, Henrietta, financial markets start thinking about the sweep. The poll that everybody's talking about this Monday morning after the weekend, 53-39 from NBC and the Wall Street Journal. The 39 belongs to the president. The 53 belongs to the former VP. Henrietta, you do not believe in the contested election outcome. You don't buy that. This market's pricing it. How do you think about that issue?
Well, on one side, you're looking at all the data that we've had literally for 6, 7, 8 months. And the most important thing is not necessarily the divide or the fact that Vice President Biden is up above 50% in that latest poll that you mentioned, which is a breach that former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton never really was able to stay above. You have a situation where every single data point from the 2018 midterms to the 2019 primaries suggests that we're going to have a blue wave of plus 8.7% at a minimum. That's not a path to a contested election. And if you want to take the flip side, you literally have to manufacture invisible people and say people aren't telling the pollsters the right information. The issue I have with that is that you have an idea then in that view that the people are lying to the pollsters the exact same margins basically and have been for 6 months. That's unrealistic. That's not usually the way that market participants operate. You're usually really dealing with data-driven folks. And the data points to a pretty substantial win in the Electoral College and no real question except for maybe how long it takes to count mail-in ballots.
The wonderful Henrietta Trace. That's the view from Henrietta of Veda Partners. Henrietta, always great to catch up with you. Thank you. 18 minutes away from the opening bell. Equities up and doing nicely, up 0.6% at the market desk with your stock movers. Here is, ahead of the opening bell, Scarlett Fu.
Hi, John. I'm going to echo what Henrietta said. It's coronavirus all the time because a pair of biotech names are gaining on the ultimate validation after President Trump's doctors put him on some experimental treatments. So President Trump is taking a Regeneron antibody cocktail that's still in trial phase. One analyst says the treatment may get an emergency use authorization in a number of days. The president also taking Gilead's remdesivir in addition to steroids that are normally used in severe cases. And moving on to big tech, Taiwan Semiconductor likely to report record third quarter revenue later this week, thanks to orders from Apple and Huawei, which, as you know, is another Apple supplier. All this according to Taiwan media. 2/3 of TSMC's 5-nanometer capacity is being used to make Apple's new processors. In its latest iPhone, Apple's set to open the market higher, currently at 114. John?
Scarlett, thank you. Ahead of the opening bow, there's some of your movers. The equity market surging quite nicely, up around about 20 points on the S&P 500. Up next, Vice President Joe Biden surging in the national polls. What about everything else? That conversation coming up next with Henry Peabody of Massachusetts Financial Services. Up next right here on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
The market must be pricing in, the possibility of a Biden victory.
Joe Biden leading in the polls.
That's what the polls say.
Polls have suggested they have less confidence in President Trump.
The consistency of the lead that Joe Biden's had in polls,
including in some key states.
The consistency of the lead he's had in the betting markets.
Markets are actually pricing in some sort of higher uncertainty.
The market is thinking about some of the consequences of a Democrat administration.
In the 4 weeks to the election, this market could go every which way.
Isn't that the problem? Investors discussing recent polls pointing to an increasing likelihood of a Joe Biden victory. With 29 days until the election, a Wall Street Journal NBC News poll showing President Trump facing his largest deficit of the campaign, trailing by 14 percentage points. With the latest, here's Bloomberg's Scarlett Fu. Hey, Scarlett.
Hi, Jonathan. Yeah, stocks are set to make a recovery, but you look at the VIX, it's set to climb higher for a sixth straight day. One school of thought, of course, Joe Biden winning the presidential election, but also an increased chance of a clear winner overall rather than a contested outcome. And if the Democrats win the presidency and the Senate, that would set us up potentially for even more stimulus. Now, within equities, a Biden victory could spark a lasting shift to value. We've seen inflows into value funds over the last couple of months, but but performance hasn't always caught up. That may change. According to JP Morgan strategists, they see a broadening in style and regional performances after months of value and European stocks dramatically underperforming growth. Goldman Sachs also sees a democratic sweep that would favor European cyclicals, China-exposed stocks, and renewables. Look at the fixed income market as well, because since the presidential debate on Tuesday, the yield curve has been steepening. We've seen the rise in yields on the long end and on Friday, despite the drop in equity prices. That rise in yield continues today while stocks are recovering. Cameron Kreis, a Bloomberg macro strategist, says this reflects more stimulus and more borrowing is coming. Whether it comes immediately or next year, as Henrietta Trace said, we're not clear yet, but that's what investors are betting on.
Scarlett, thank you. That's Cameron's take. Here's Henry Peabody's take of MFS. He says the following: there is still substantial risk going into the election. The risk to the market is not ambiguity around a winner. The risk is a clear winner. And with that, there could very well be upside in US Treasury yields. This is the outcome that the market is not priced for. We're lucky to have Henry with us right now. Henry, fantastic to catch up with you, sir. Let's just go over that again. The risk is not a contested election. That's priced. The risk is a clear winner. Put some meat on those bones, Henry.
Sure. I think the tone shifted a little bit in the past couple of days, but if you look at least last week, if you look at the dated VIX curve, you can see that there's actually a little bit more volatility and ambiguity priced in to the month after the election, which our quant team at MFS pointed out, and I'm glad they flagged it. And you've seen a little bit move higher in yield and the curve steepening, break-evens widening. But this is really just the beginning. And I think that if you do have a clear winner on election day, then we take a lot of risk out of the Treasury market. I don't think you can eliminate out of hand the possibility that the data is a little misleading. I think we've learned that in prior elections. Yeah. So you can't take that to the bank. In addition, can't you see Trump accepting victory after the first count of red votes on election night? So we're not out of the woods yet, and I think that the gap in the polls is wide. But like I said, you can't take that to the bank yet, and we're still here at sub 75 basis point yields in 10 years, and we've got a lot of room on the upside. Should you see a $5-6 trillion kind of package talked about by the Democrats? So I think that there's a lot of risk in duration. You see market positioning. You see the reaction to Pelosi's comments last week. You see the reaction to slightly negative credit news, and you see gaps wider in spreads and move sharply higher in yield. So I think the market is positioned very nervously long duration, very nervously long credit. And should you see some surprises, that's probably the pain trade. I had thought it was lower in yield, but given positioning, I'm changing my tune a little bit.
Well, let's think about whether that nervousness is starting to get squeezed this morning. Let's leave this graphic up. 2s, 10s, 30s. Yields up at the long end by 5 basis points. Now, Henry, I'm a journalist. Forgive me for getting ahead of myself. I just wonder, do you think we're starting to see just a little bit of that this morning?
Yeah, I absolutely do. You're starting to see a little bit of a breakout in 5s, 30s, which I cue in. On the front end of the curve is relatively pegged from the Fed. But the long end of the curve is theoretically free to do its own bidding, at least more so than the front end. So you look at some of those curves steepening up, and I think we're beginning to coalesce around that story. But we need to break through some key levels, 90 basis points on 10s, for example. And I don't think the narrative has shifted as much as it should. The narrative needs to shift to further fiscal, to continued coordination between monetary and fiscal policy. Towards next year, there being a stimulus package with the Fed keeping rates low because they'll overshoot their 2% target. And once you start getting that narrative into the market, then you can really embrace a steepener more aggressively. But until then, we've got a lot of wood to chop between now and the election. Vol is high, credit is tight. You're seeing lower quality issues tap the market. You're seeing signs of less disciplined buyers coming in. And I think the credit is beginning to be put into weaker hands. You need to embrace a process and a long-term view here and try to avoid the day-to-day headlines and try to avoid the back and forth between legislatures talking about judicial appointees and fiscal packages. Yeah. It's too much to stay short-term.
Are you de-risking?
Yes, we are. We're finding ways to shift, away from cyclicals, down in energy. We're also looking at ways to take risk out of financials, for example. If the growth curve doesn't pick up, you will start to see losses pick up, and that's going to be focused mainly on the regionals. So we're going up in quality and financials, focusing on insurance where there's pricing versus banks, though probably banks will probably benefit from a steeper curve. And the prior segment talked about a shift from growth to value, and that ties in there as well. But we're generally speaking taking risk down. We like to think about what is on offer in the market compared with our view of credit and fundamentals. And when there's dissonance, that's where there's opportunity. And for us, the dissonance is the very rosy view priced into credit compared with our relatively sanguine view about growth and making up the output gap going forward. So we're cautious, and we know that there's going to be a better time to deploy risk.
Henry, I know you're an incredibly deep thinker about some of the political and economic forces as well. We would love to get you back on the programme soon and talk about some of the longer-term issues you're thinking beyond 2021, 2022 and through the next decade. Henry, really lucky to have you on the programme this morning. Henry Peabody there on some of the price action and some of the risk on the horizon. Coming up, the analyst action you need to know. That'll be next in our morning calls. And around the opening bell later, JP Morgan's global market strategist, Mislav Matejka, right here on Bloomberg TV.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
It is building up to be a really interesting morning. Equities improve as the president's health improves. That is good news. We're up 0.6% of the S&P, squeezing the bond market. We'll talk about that later. Your morning calls, a look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. We begin with Oppenheimer naming Starbucks an actionable buy. Street high price target 101. The analyst citing accelerating same-store sales and attractive earnings power. Your second call from BTIG downgrading Dunkin' Brands a $75 price target. The analyst citing an unattractive valuation with expectations for more muted growth next year. And your third and final call from KeyBank downgrading AT&T to underweight, $25 price target. The analyst sees very few positive catalysts with macro pressures continue to weigh on the consumer. Softer there, lighter lower by 0.4%. Up next, JP Morgan considering a shift towards value following the US election. That conversation coming up next with the strategist Mislav Matejka right here. This is Bloomberg.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. Pablo from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
Your headline this Monday morning, the president well on the road to recovery. That is good news. Equity futures up 22 on the S&P 500. Futures up almost 0.7%. NASDAQ futures, that's where your outperformance is, up 95, up 8 or 0.9%. Week of gains last week. You wouldn't know it, would you, based on some of the commentary, but we did get a week of gains. In the bond market, yields were actually higher. Switch up the board. This probably the move of the morning outside of the rally in equities. It's the move in treasuries at the long end, particularly the 30-year. On a 10-year, up 3 basis points to 0.73%. And in that environment, you have a weaker dollar, stronger euro. Intriguing stuff. Euro dollar 117.70. Weaker dollar. Crude having a nice rally, up a little more than 5%. Had a couple of ugly days last week. 38 handle. Just about almost 39, $38 and around about 90 cents. So that's the cross-asset price action this Monday morning at the market desk with your movers. Here's Abigail.
John, let's begin with some of the biggest movers out there, starting with the very biggest, Apple. Shares are popping higher. This is Cowen says that the company's digital payment business is undervalued, that the pandemic has accelerated its growth. Plus, of course, we do have this risk-on tone this morning that you were just talking about, optimism, so certainly showing in the shares of Apple. Also in Tesla. Tesla had been down 7% on Friday on some of that selling that we saw. Even popping as JP Morgan, the true bear on the street, is adjusting its price target up slightly, just to $75. And Palantir, the recently public company, up about 1%. Still below its $10 offering price, though, John, for the confusion and stress of some shareholders around that data mining company. And then turning to the healthcare space, we have Regeneron and Gilead both popping higher. This, of course, as President Trump is using Regeneron's antibody cocktail, Gilead's antiviral drug to speed his recovery. There's some talk even that Regeneron's treatment could, in fact, receive some emergency issuance or approval to be used in a speedier fashion. And then separately, John, MyoKardia is soaring on Bristol Myers Squibb, buying the heart drug maker for $13 billion, and Immunogen has received FDA breakthrough therapy designation for its blood cancer therapy. So lots of positive movement there for that healthcare space, as you can see, John.
Abigail, thank you. 2 minutes into the session, equities up by 0.8% of the S&P 500. The more cyclical parts of this equity market outperforming, including energy, materials, industrials as well. Steeper yield curve, higher treasury yields, financials doing nicely, up a little more than 1% of the S&P 500. Turn that upside down for the utilities, bottom of the pile, but still positive. That sector advancing around about 0.25%. For this equity market, the obvious places were not rallying last week. Risk got damaged, yet treasuries weren't rallying. Yields actually started to climb a little bit. What's going on? For more, here's Scarlett.
Hi, John. Yeah, September was a harsh reality check for equity bulls and also for fans of the balanced portfolio. That's because as the stock market rally unraveled, the usual hedge of U.S. Treasuries failed. It actually started in March when both stocks and Treasuries fell together. According to Goldman Sachs, a basic 60-40 portfolio had the worst one-month loss since the 60s. This is the 10-year yield so far this year. The yield tumbled to 31 basis points in early March, then recovered to 1.27% a few days later. Since then, it's settled into a range as the Fed constantly reminds the market that rates will stay lower for longer, while making clear also that negative interest rates are not under consideration. This, by the way, happened to Japan in the mid-90s and is happening now with the German Bund. Michael Cloherty of UBS was telling Surveillance this morning that there is no hedge benefit to Treasuries at this level. Other traditional hedges not working much better in September either. You look at corporate bonds, they fell about 1.2%. Gold lost more than 2%. Even Bitcoin lost ground as the S&P finished lower. You would also think equity options would offer some measure of protection. Put options should protect against declines in the market, but they lose money when stocks are unchanged, flat, or up. So they're an expensive hedge to have in the long run. Except for a 2-day spike at the start of this month, I should say September, the VIX basically fell along with the VIX, the S&P 500 for September. Even at its high, the VIX peaked at 38, just slightly above its year-to-date average. So it looks like the positive correlation across assets took us from an everything rally, John, to nothing worked.
Nothing worked. Isn't that the truth? Scarlett, thank you. That's just one of the big issues right now for investors. The other are quite clearly the politics. JP Morgan's Mislav Matejka saying a Biden victory could spark a longer-weighted rotation into value. He writes the following. A potential Biden victory should not be seen as a negative for markets and could in fact lead to an internal rotation. It's unlikely to deliver significant tax increases, with these likely to be watered down. And additionally, there could be a greater focus on stimulus and consumer support. Mislav, I'm pleased to say, joins us this morning. Mislav, fantastic and timely to have you on the programme with us. Can you walk us through how difficult it is right now to game out things like this?
So what I think you should look at first is this extremely polarized market behavior. In the last 6 months, we had the improvement in the sentiment, in the market, in the activity, but at the same time, it was all about tech, and something like energy and financials have done awfully. So you have the starting point of a very stretched market internals. Therefore, you had a recovery without internally market behaving like that. And from here, there is an opportunity. An opportunity is that the election risk, once it's out of the way, could lead to some rotation.
Well, let's talk about why, Mislav, you think that the election itself could be the catalyst to basically drive what you describe as broadening in styles performance and regional performance thereafter. Why?
We are running with the likelihood of Biden victory. If Biden does win, the dollar could be potentially lower. The bond yields, which have been stuck completely in a range for the last 6 months, and that was really one big impediment to the rotation, the bond yields could start to grind higher. You will have some potential further fiscal stimulus. Potentially also some of the trade uncertainty would be reducing, and that would be a good enough starting point for these extreme polarized markets to start to broaden out.
So the team over at Goldman on the same page as you, and when you say cyclicals and internal rotations away from places like growth and big tech, people start to think Europe, banks. Mislav, are you thinking about the same thing?
Well, we have been bearish, and we still are officially bearish on Europe. We are bearish on banks. We have been overweight technology and growth all the way through for the last 6 months. However, if one is to look forward, if you do get this broadening, the fact is that Eurostoxx 50 has gone nowhere. For the last 4 months, it was completely dead. Banks have been the worst performing sector. If you have any pickup in the bond yields, there will be a catch-up, and also for European market, this divergence versus the U.S. Could actually be an opportunity.
So I understand you don't want to undermine the official view over at JP Morgan, so I won't push too hard, Mislav, but I do wonder what you think is the key risk to this view.
So I would say the first issue is if you do get the election outcome, which ends up in a stalemate, and for a period of weeks you have this increased uncertainty, that could be one. Second one is credit. The credit market, you do have rising credit defaults. Credit indices are weakening a little bit. You can have a bit of an issue there. And then I would say the third is kind of the virus cases are elevated, and market for now is doing very well looking through it. But if you have some setback on a vaccine front, if it's pushed out into the next year, then this rotation, which we think you should start to look into the possibility of, that might be delayed.
There's one line, Mislav, that sticks out in the research from you and your colleagues that I want to pick up on. It's that a victory with Biden, a potential victory, is unlikely to deliver significant tax increases. These are likely to be watered down. Is that a guess, an educated guess, analysis of something he said? Mislav, what is that line? What does that mean?
What I would say is first, the proposals were made in a very different world, in a world without the virus, and you now have a situation where economy has been hit dramatically. The U.S. unemployment rate is still more than double the pre-virus levels. If Biden does win, I would think he will have an eye on the midterms, and he will not want to be portrayed as somebody who has hurt the nascent recovery by going hard on the corporate sector and the economy. So you might end up in a situation where these kind of headwinds to the equity market are watered down and the tax hikes are not actually fully coming through, and therefore the market's fear might not be realized.
Okay, Mislav, great to catch up. Come back soon, please. Love catching up with you. Mislav Matejka there on this market. 9 minutes into the session, equities up 0.9% of the S&P. The Nasdaq outperforming, up by 1.1% at a market desk with your movers. Here's Abigail.
John, let's start out with two of the sectors that are really working this morning. And it's interesting that it's not tech. Tech is working, but not on top due to that Nasdaq outperformance you were just mentioning. Energy and financials among the top three sectors. Not surprisingly, some of the big movers in those sectors, then including J.P. Morgan and Citigroup rising with yields up. We also have ExxonMobil and Royal Dutch Shell higher as oil up more than 5% right now, on pace for its best day since May. So there is, again, what's working. As for a couple of the drags, DraftKings is down on the news that the company is issuing 32 million shares, half from the company, half from other investors. But that first half, as you can imagine, will bring about dilution. Investors not liking that. AMC is down sharply, down 10% on the news that Regal Cinema has been shut down by its British owner. This after the next James Bond movie has been delayed until 2021. And then Norwegian Cruise Lines down 2%, John, as they are delaying their voyages until at least November. But overall, there is a risk-on tone this morning for stocks from energy, financials, and as we were mentioning, tech as well, given that outperformance for the Nasdaq.
Would I rather go on a cruise or go to a movie theatre? Decisions. Abigail, thank you. In your equity market, 10 minutes into the session, we advance. Up next, the fear of a second wave and tighter curbs across the United States and European hotspots. We have that conversation with Nuvin's Tony Rodriguez. From New York and London, this is Bloomberg. Inconsistent and conflicting messaging around the president's health over the weekend, leaving many of you confused. The latest information from White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows suggesting the president is on the road to recovery and may be discharged as soon as today. For the equity market, we improve, up 0.9% of the S&P 500, on the Nasdaq up by 1.2%. That's the price action. Here's the big story outside of Washington. The president overshadowing a resurgence of infections sweeping across prior hotspots. In New York, Mayor Bill de Blasio pushing to reimpose shutdowns of schools and businesses in parts of Brooklyn and Queens.
If we contain this situation in the 9 key zip codes and the 11 on the watch list, we can stop this from spreading more deeply into New York City. We can stop this from being a quote-unquote second wave in New York City. But in these communities, it is a very troublesome reality that must be addressed very aggressively. Pending approval from the state of New York, starting Wednesday morning, public and non-public schools would be closed in these areas.
Rising infections leading to new curbs in Europe as well. Ireland debating a return to full lockdown, and France planning to shut down its bars in Paris, with the capital under maximum COVID alert. The city's health director saying, quote, "There is no justification for denial. The numbers are what they are, and they are weighing heavily." Bloomberg international economics and policy correspondent Micah McKee joins us right now. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. For a long time, that dreaded second wave was a bit like a hurricane in the forecast, way offshore, can't see it, you know it's out there, and now the first storm bands are starting to come through. New York City, epicenter of the COVID in the spring. Shut down longer, shut down harder than anywhere else, largely beat COVID for months, but now it is back, as the mayor said, in certain areas of Queens and Brooklyn with large populations of religious groups who refuse to follow guidelines on mask wearing and social distancing. They've had positivity rates in the last couple days of more than 3%, some as high as 8%, in contrast to the city overall, 1.5%. So the city cracking down starting Wednesday. The mayor has ordered all schools, public and private, in those 9 zip codes he mentioned, to close, along with non-essential businesses like restaurants. In another 11 zip codes, he is leaving schools open but shutting down the restaurant business, trying to get ahead of COVID. As you mentioned, it is spreading around the world. Paris, as you said, is shutting down bars. France is going to crack down there in the Paris area. The Irish government considering a move to the highest level of shutdown. Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte warning that Italy may have to give back some liberties to combat the renewed spread. In Moscow, schools closed for 2 weeks. Russia says almost 11,000 new cases yesterday, the highest daily increase in almost 5 months. So we are seeing a lot more COVID activity as forecast. It's starting to have an impact on economies. The U.S. just reporting now the market U.S. services and composite PMIs. U.S. services come in at 54.6. That's unchanged from last month, and that was what the forecast was. The composite index comes down a tick lower, 54.3 from 54.4. We saw in Europe a drop on pretty much every country in the services and composite numbers this morning as the COVID diagnosis starts to have an impact again, a second wave through economies.
You see it there in the data. Michael McKee, thank you. France, Spain, suffering with potentially a second wave and more restrictions, and you see it right there in the economic data, the composite PMIs back in negative territory. The president's diagnosis crystallizing fears potentially of the virus among Americans. Mohammed Al-Arian weighing in, writing the following piece for Bloomberg Opinion today. If the president of the most powerful country in the world is vulnerable, how exposed is each of us? With that, individual and collective perceptions of what I think of as human counterparty risk increases, casting an even larger cloud over prospects for consumption and demand, the viability of certain service sector activities, and the overall economic recovery. Tony Rodriguez of Nuveen joins us now over the phone. Tony, great to catch up with you, sir. Let's talk about it. The prospect that consumers disengage, that companies lose confidence, even if policymakers don't act. Your thoughts, Tony?
Well, good to be with you, Jonathan. I think that we've been saying for quite some time in Nuveen that really it's going to be the course of the virus that's going to determine the pace of this recovery. And it was a fall second wave that was probably going to be the biggest potential speed bump in that recovery. You're seeing that. We always get a little bit of a preview as we look out at what's happening in Europe. And there you have seen that second wave lead to a spike in cases. So we do think that it's going to dampen consumer activity in the fall. if you see this rise in cases that, in fact, is beginning, you're seeing it with New York having to target certain areas with greater restrictions. And so, again, that is going to lead consumers to be very cautious in terms of coming back to the areas that have been worst hit: travel, leisure, outdoor dining, those kinds of establishments we think are really going to have a little bit of a tough road here through the balance of the year.
Tony, quite clearly we're losing momentum. You see that in Europe. You see it in various parts of the data set in the United States of America. How would you trade around those issues at the moment, Tony?
Well, what we've been saying is that you need to have a pretty diversified basket of investments. We're not pounding the table that there's one particular area in the fixed income market that is showing tremendous value. We think over a longer-term horizon, we do like kind of the credit markets, spread assets, as we think that there's some pretty good stories over the course of 6 months, 12 months. But as we look out over the next 1, 2, and 3 months, given potential volatility from the election, even though that's being reduced with the fairly substantial lead that we're seeing in the polls for Biden, and you look at the potential second wave of the virus, a diversified basket of exposure we think is what makes the most sense. You can generate some income in this market. It's reasonable to take some credit risk, but we don't advocate going down into the riskiest segments of the market, the lowest quality buckets in high yield or in emerging markets. We think there you want to wait for some better entry points that we think will come up in the fourth quarter of the year.
Well, let's talk about entry points, Tony. If we can get the 2s, the 10s, the 30s, the Treasury market on the screen, and have a look at what's happening right now, because this is not what's been happening for the last couple of months. We've been so range-bound in Treasuries. Low end of the range, 50 basis points. Top end of the range, 90 basis points. This is the post-April range. Slap bang in the middle, in and around 70. Finally got a breach of that line in the sand, and we break out by about 4 basis points on a 10-year, by 5 or 6 on a 30-year yield. Now, Tony, you'll forgive me for getting excited because the Treasury market has basically done nothing for a long, long time. Your read on what's happening this morning, Tony?
I think what you're seeing is a reduction in the uncertainty around the election with some of these large leads, number one. Number two, the data, while disappointing, is not rolling over just yet. So I think with that, you have this kind of maybe optimism that the fourth quarter volatility might be a little less than people fear. And we do think that people have been underestimating the potential downside risk from a resurgence in the virus and the impact to consumer activity. So maybe it's a little bit too optimistic in terms of the message that the bond market is sending with higher rates. Having said all that, we do think that by the time you turn the calendar and you start moving into the first quarter of next year, our expectation would be that you'd be closer to 1% on the 10-year Treasury than to 50 basis points. So the top half of that 50 basis points of 1% range is where we think we should end up the year. So we're maybe just starting to creep into the bottom end of that.
Sitting there right now, just south of it, 75, the middle of that, 74 at the moment. Tony, fantastic to catch up with you, sir. Good to catch up. Tony Rodriguez there of Nuveen, the second person this morning that has suggested that this could be the start of a Biden squeeze in the Treasury market at the long end. Now, I know what you're thinking. Election's still a month away, and I agree with you. But it's the probability that's shifting around and the Treasury market just getting a little bit of a squeeze. I think Henry Peabody called it the nervous longs at the long end of the Treasury market. That's the bond market. Here's equities doing nicely. Here's Abigail.
John, well, here's something refreshing. We have a genuinely risk-on tone for the S&P 500 sector-wise this morning. If we go into the Bloomberg terminal and use the IMAP function, I will show you why. First of all, most sectors are higher, so investors clearly in stocks. But what really makes it risk-on is the fact that we have a nice cyclical and recovery tone. Materials, energy, industrials, financials, those are the top sectors. Most sectors are, I should say 5 sectors actually, up by about 1% or more. But you have the financials being lifted by rising yields, energy being helped out by oil, up more than 5%. It's best day since May, so real risk-on appetite. And so interesting, John, is over the last 3 months, there has been an increasing move toward the cyclical side. The top sectors over this time period, industrials, discretionary, which is actually truly a cyclical sector, and then materials. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not those cyclical sectors can continue to get a bid as we head into the end of the year, John.
Abigail, thank you. Coming up on this programme, the market-moving events you need to be watching. That'll be next in our trading diary. From New York and London, this is Bloomberg.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. John from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
Equities up 25 minutes into the session. We push higher. The S&P 500 heading north, up 0.9%. The outperformance from the Nasdaq up by 1.2%. That's the price action. Here's the trading diary. Top of the hour, ISM services data. That's coming up. Guy Johnson will break down that number for you. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio holding a news conference at noon Eastern. Fed Chair Jay Powell speaking at a conference on Tuesday. Then later in the week, we get the FOMC minutes on Wednesday. Plus, the vice presidential debate scheduled for later that evening in Salt Lake City. Finally on Thursday, another round of initial jobless claims. That's your week ahead. Here's the price action. 26 minutes in. Equities pushing higher. From New York and London, that does it for me. Catch me on Twitter at FerroTV. This was the countdown to the open. This is Bloomberg TV.
The scale of the climate crisis is just staggering, but you can't let that be an excuse for doing nothing. So to fight climate change, we can't be overwhelmed by the seeming impossibility of the task at hand.
Inclusive multilateralism is about bringing more voices to the table, resulting in more ideas, more solutions, and more climate action.
As a signatory to the Global Covenant of Mayors, Charlotte has joined thousands of cities and regions in a commitment to accelerate ambitious, measurable climate and energy initiatives.
Local communities across our nation are stepping up in unprecedented ways to respond to the ongoing challenges of our climate crisis.
We'll see what is the cost, what is the reliability, but without innovation, a lot of innovation, we won't be able to get there.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Kimmy from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He's all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has come in here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá tan solo? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things of in life happens. You know, I'm here by myself.
So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de
This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji you use the most to send to each other?
So there's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on t-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law, with its swagger and ill-fitting suits, caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
There was just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
There's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start. From that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. elections.
Yes.
the U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world. Yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC come to China, come to us, say,
24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统基础，这方面确实比你高。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你们长。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们长。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma's an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission.
And several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different...
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Valleywag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The US was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the US commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and US states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch. Some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file. And we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
It's a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. spend cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours, start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table, once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I did the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. It's just more entertaining. We just edit it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch.
This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chigga like me. That was dope.
It's just lit, and I think people would take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1. I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chigga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
Oh my God!
That's my dad, son.
You guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store when customers touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said it feels like I've been released from prison. Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right. Yeah. And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Jade. It's Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in the house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
He's written it out bigger on the board. Thank you.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connection devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, and why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうとどの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとはキャラクターとしてすごくYouTube とかで検索するとたくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成するソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていう存在自体がボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでにプロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったので、そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになっています。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short, don't know what for.
And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man, but then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rusovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rusovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did, and should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. It's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. That was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin. Mm-hmm. So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company, and that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas_a_chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Laura, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yep.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. Yes. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got a sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
But some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is the spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering in
mean
means
to a layman like
feathering
me?
Crashing. Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want there's an autonomous car, yes or no, and we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people.
That's telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously, though, the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward. In 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber at senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking in some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, you know, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous, because they have followership within the company, because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem, because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else, because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, you know, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms, because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and you know, it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company. And to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes, yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
Is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from New York and New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. It is Monday, October 5th, 2020. Carol Masser along with Jason Kelly, and I guess everything's all right in the world.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to look at the stock market and maybe you smartly went and just lived in a cave for the past few days, you would think nothing was going on.
Or the past 7 months.
Or the past 7 months, yeah, that's for sure. But, I mean, the roller coaster ride that really started late Thursday night and went through the weekend, all those political headlines.
Yeah.
But they have led to some optimism. The president's health does seem to be improving from what we're told, but also some optimism even from the president himself about stimulus, and that seems to be at least helping drive the trade here.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. We're going to get into all of this over the next few hours. First up, though, let's get a check on that trading day. Here is Charlie Pellet. Hi, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Happy Monday to you both. Do want to begin with a headline from the CDC. It says coronavirus can spread airborne indoors beyond 6 feet. So again, repeating the headline from the Bloomberg, also CDC saying the coronavirus can spread airborne indoors beyond 6 feet. We're looking at an up day here off session highs, but still an up day with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. Stocks close to an almost 3-week high on optimism over economic stimulus, and that President Trump may soon leave the hospital. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest developments. Here's where we stand. S&P up now by 38, up 1.4. 1.1%. We've got the Dow up 310, up 1.1%. NASDAQ up 167, up 1.5%. 10-year yield 0.74%. Gold up $13 the ounce, up 0.7%, $19.13. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 6.5%, now up $2.40 a barrel at $39.45. Recapping stocks higher. S&P up now by 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We're going to dig more into throughout the show what the CDC said, because even beyond the headlines that Charlie just mentioned, some interesting guidance. Of course, that guidance has been much debated, and we're told a lot going on behind the scenes there. So interesting to keep an eye on that. In the meantime, let's set the Business Week agenda. Gina Martin-Adams is with us, Chief Equity Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. She joins us from New Jersey, as does Dave Wilson, stocks editor for Bloomberg, also in the great state of New Jersey. I want to get to Gina in a second, but before we do that, and we're going to talk about this a couple times throughout the course of the show, Dave Wilson, I laid eyes on him via Nexi for the first time in a long time, in 6-7 months, because a group of us got together virtually to celebrate his 30th anniversary at Bloomberg.
Which is so incredible. It's such a WOA. Dave, congratulations. That's a big deal.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, man, you've got those, how many blocks on your, on your desk at home or desk at work?
Those Lucite blocks. It's like, it's towering.
They're on the desk at work, so I haven't seen them in 6.5 months, and I'm looking forward to the 4th block. And just so the audience knows, you get sort of a big sort of base when you get to 10 years at Bloomberg LP, and then you get another cube at 20, another one at 25, and then finally your tower, so to speak, tops out at 30 years. And by the way, each of the blocks is a different color. So
right.
It's really kind of cool.
And not many. Hold on a second. Tops out for now. For now, Dave Wilson. Come on.
Well, make it 35, Dave, and there's going to be another 5-year block.
There's going to be another block.
We're going to talk. We're going to talk to the powers that be about that. Make sure that happens. All right, let's set the Bloomberg Business Week agenda, because we've got Gina Martin-Adams also with us, Chief Equity Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence, on the phone from New Jersey. And as we mentioned, Dave Wilson, our stocks editor. He's also here from New Jersey. Gina, let's talk a little bit about this market trade, because we kidded at the top of the broadcast. Everything is okay. We've got a rally underway.
Yeah, everything's okay today. It wasn't okay Friday. It was okay Thursday. I think it's a lot of back and forth. I feel like I'm playing ping pong the last couple of days. But in reality, the stock market's kind of gone nowhere. We've been really stuck around our 50-day moving average on the S&P 500 since the beginning of October, and I'm not sure we're going to get materially off of that moving average, considering all of the uncertainty that we're currently faced with. Until we get a fiscal package or get past the election, even getting past the election, will we have some resolution with the election? There's just a lot of uncertainty out there, so I think we're going to be somewhat range-bound. That said, the couple of things really stand out to us. The first is, really since the beginning of September, our sector strategy had said prepare for some rotation out of the COVID defensive stocks and into more cyclically oriented groups in the S&P 500. We do appear to be continuing to see that. Slowly but surely, tech stocks have sort of deflated from extreme overbought conditions and have now been trading somewhat sideways for the last couple of weeks, where we're starting to see some incremental improvement in some cyclical groups. So I think that's important to watch. The other thing is just, as much as we were focused on tech in September, there was an absolute rout in energy. Even last week, all stocks were up, but energy stocks were down. The month of September, energy stocks tripled the losses for the tech sector. It's just been absolutely brutal. So I think you want to watch the energy sector pretty carefully, and it is actually experiencing a little bit of recovery today.
And so, Dave, as you look at some of the specific names, I look at the biggest mover in the S&P right now, and it is very much headline-driven, Regeneron.
Absolutely, because the company's COVID-19 cocktail was used on President Trump. And so, you've got Cantor raising its rating on the stock when they're recommending that clients buy it for the first time in 2 years. You've got SVB Leerink talking about how the decision to use the cocktail on Trump was, quote, the ultimate validation for their therapy, which hasn't even gotten to the point where you can give it to people under an emergency use authorization from U.S. regulators, which is how a lot of the COVID-19 tests and treatments have been made available. Trump was able to get it to what they call a compassionate use. So, the idea is looking ahead. I mean, if you've got the president taking your drug, then maybe it's in a position where it'll actually move forward and more people will be able to do that. And Regeneron's really been trying to diversify its business. In any case, you look at their revenue, it's still primarily from their eye treatment, Eylea, which has been around for several years. So definitely being seen as a plus. And actually since late Friday, when we found out from that White House physician that they had used Regeneron therapy, I mean, stock's been on the way up.
Yeah. Gina, what's the big thing you're looking at the balance of the week here?
I think I want to continue to watch for this rotation. Obviously, everyone's watching fiscal policy as well. So if we get some action on fiscal policy, I think that could be a trigger for a little bit of improved risk tolerance, at least in the short run for investors. But I think we want to watch really carefully as to where investors actually bid up stock prices in that environment. Does it go into COVID defensives, or do we start really banking on more of an economic recovery ensuing into 2021?
Yeah. Big questions out there. All right, thank you so much. Gina Martin-Adams, Chief Equity Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence, on the phone from New Jersey. Dave Wilson, he'll be back with us a little later on with his chart and stock of the day. The anniversary man celebrating 30 years at Bloomberg. We'll talk more about that later on in the show. Let's do the Bloomberg Business Week bite of the day if we can. Carol, one number that tells us a lot today is number 45,000.
Yeah, it's a nice round number. Cineworld Group saying today it will temporarily suspend operations at all of its American and British movie theaters. It's a move that could affect about 45,000 employees. It's the world's second biggest cinema chain. And it did say on Thursday it's closing its 536 Regal theaters in the U.S. and its 127 British locations, including the Picture House brand. So that's kind of a bummer. That's a big bummer.
It's a bummer. I mean, but you've seen all these movies pushed off into 2021. Most recently on Friday, I think, the James Bond movie.
Yeah, right. So then, these guys have no films to show. And actually, I don't feel like there's a lot of demand necessarily from people to actually go to theaters.
People are not rushing to the theaters. No. I love going to the movies. And I'm like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it. Listen, coming up, we got lots to cover. We're going to keep a close watch on the president, update on his condition, whether or not he is returning soon to the White House. We've also got Dr. Joel Bloom, president of NJ Institute of Technology, NJIT. So we'll talk to him about what they're doing, certainly to help their communities around them.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Poppy McDonald from USA Facts is going to be with us.
Yeah.
Fact-checking, truth, fiction, obfuscation, all of it. We're getting used to it. Facts matter. Journalism matters too. All right, let's get down to Washington for some of those headlines from the nation's capital. Nancy Lyons is there. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows this morning was sounding like a hospitalized President Trump could be discharged as soon as today.
The president, in consultation with the doctors, will make a decision on whether to discharge him later today.
Meadows told Fox and Friends the president has made unbelievable progress in his recovery from coronavirus, but it's looking more like it'll be tomorrow for a release, according to people familiar with the matter. Another administration insider, White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany, has tested positive. The Trump campaign has taken a hit in personnel and finances because of coronavirus. Bloomberg's Amy Morris has more from Washington.
President Trump has the virus. His campaign manager, party chairwoman, and high-ranking White House officials are all laid low with COVID-19, and the Trump campaign is short on cash and slipping in the polls after Tuesday's widely criticized debate performance. It is not clear if the president will be able to participate in the next two debates. Republican strategist Chris Wilson tells Bloomberg News the virus has slowed everything down, just as the race for the White House is speeding up. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
It's the first Monday in October, and that means the Supreme Court is beginning a new term without Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. One key issue this term will be the case concerning the Affordable Care Act, which is expected after the election. Republicans aim to eliminate the landmark health care law, while Democrats have warned killing it would end protections for millions of Americans. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser. And listen, we talk about it every day.
Yeah.
Schools.
Right.
Schools opening, not opening, hybrid. We have had a little bit of back and forth, but it seems like Governor Cuomo and Mayor de Blasio more or less on the same page here. Some New York City schools are going to close, specifically in some hot spots that have been identified. They basically narrowed it down to a relatively small handful of zip codes here, and that's what they're going off, basically the positivity rates when it comes to positive cases, positive tests, I should say, across those areas.
Well, and this goes back to tracing, right? Once you determine where a hotspot is, you've got to kind of shut it down, get it, control of it. So they plan to shut down private and public schools, indoor and outdoor dining, other non-essential businesses in 9 zip codes that have 14-day average positivity of greater than 3% when it comes to the virus. So 11 other zip codes where rates have remained between 2 and 3% would face closings of indoor dining, gyms, and pools. And they're not closing religious institutions, but these hotspots are where that's what's really driving those overall numbers up, Jason. But they're really kind of, honing in on where those hotspots are and then just kind of shutting them down.
Yeah, and I have to say, here's a really important statistic. So not including the hotspots, those 20 zip codes, New York's, this is the state, positivity is 1.01%. That's pretty much where you want to be. That is the lowest in the nation, according to the governor of New York. Obviously, he's talking his own book a little bit. But the 20 zip codes, they have an average positivity of 5.5%.
Yeah, it's a big difference. And that's where you start to get worried, right? And we remember the numbers from March, April, May, where all of a sudden, a 3 or 4 or 5% becomes a much bigger rate, right? And that's when you start to get a little bit nervous about where it goes from there. And we already know it doesn't take much for all of a sudden the hospital and medical care systems to be strained, right?
Right, totally.
Yeah,
and it really is about, you're exactly right. It really is about, can a community handle this? We don't think it's all...
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are at an almost 3-week high on optimism over economic stimulus and that President Trump may soon leave the hospital. The S&P 500, NASDAQ, and Dow Jones Industrial Average all rebounding from Friday's swoon in the wake of Trump's coronavirus disclosure. Regeneron Pharmaceutical shares rallying after the president was given an experimental antibody treatment made by the drug maker. Regeneron shares, they are advancing now by 6.19%. Stocks higher, S&P up 42, a gain of 1.3%. The Dow up 339, up 1.2%. NASDAQ up 177 points. That's an advance of 1.6%. 10 years down 15.30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.75%. Gold up 0.7%, 19.13 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude now up 6%. 39.29 a barrel. Dow Transport's up today by 1.5%. Recapping, S&P up 42, up 1.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, let's check in with one of our pals, Dr. Joel Bloom, president of the New Jersey Institute of Technology, NJIT, we know it as. We've done a lot of fun broadcasts from there over the years, but it's a different world, that is for sure. Dr. Bloom joining us on the phone from Newark. So first of all, how are you? What are things like on campus? I know you started to welcome some students back last month.
Jason, things are going well on campus. We have about 2,000 students a day here. We've got about 1,300 in residence. And we're doing some converged learning. Some students are learning in classroom, while others are concurrently tuning in, and we are doing some remote learning. Our enrollment is held up very nicely. We're a little over 11,600 students this year in total, and we have been managing the virus, the spread, where I've got to be very careful what I say here, but we've had a total of 9 cases. So we test everything, the air, wastewater, and obviously individuals. So we've been able to manage the virus, deliver our education, open our labs, and open much of our campus. Thank you for asking. I hope you are well.
We're doing okay. You know, it's a remote world that we're living in, right, Carol?
Yeah, totally remote. I mean, and it sounds good that you've been able to at least get, like you said, you know, labs are open, get some students on campus, because we know that that is so crucial, Dr. Bloom, in terms of the learning experience. You can do stuff virtually, no doubt about it. We're doing a radio show, and I think we do it fairly well, you know, virtually, but nonetheless, there's nothing like that face-to-face, especially when it comes to academia.
And especially when it comes to the STEM disciplines, you know, the computer science, the engineering, architecture. It's almost unimaginable as to how you can teach students, and we know the challenges of these disciplines, only remotely. So while we have a predominance of freshmen and sophomores on campus, because they're the ones that are going to be most challenged to get into learning in blocks of 15 weeks, we also, again, have opened all of our labs for our juniors and seniors as well. It's that lab, hands-on experience, students working in teams, students doing the problem solving that makes this kind of education a real challenge to only be done online. Again, particularly at the undergraduate level and at the PhD research level.
And so, Dr. Bloom, you know, we get new guidance, it feels like, fairly frequently, and a big set of new guidance from the CDC today. Where do you take your cues from? Obviously, you are very well read in and very familiar with science at its core, but who are you looking toward more or less? Who has really come through for you in terms of you feel like providing the sort of information that is actionable and that you trust as you make some pretty big decisions around student and staff and faculty safety?
Well, here in Newark, we're very fortunate. We've got a number of hospitals. We have one on one corner of our campus, St. Michael's, and one a little further on the opposite corner, University Hospital. And they, in fact, are our health care providers, St. Michael's for our students and for our faculty and staff, university hospitals. They have outstanding epidemiologists, outstanding lab and lab access. So we have been relying on their expertise on the opposite corners of our campus to engage, to talk with, to test, and again, to keep us up to date. Very timely turnaround, if you will, on our testing and our test results. And we've used other consultants, again, particularly in the area of wastewater testing for our residence halls.
Can I just say, that is such a cool thing. Like, we have a great cover story in the magazine, you know, that's looking at the things, as we all wait for a vaccine, what else can be done kind of before that? And we talk about, you know, quick testing, where if we could all take a test every day and get an idea of whether or not we have the virus, if you could do that every day, every person, it would be much more easier to open up our economy. But wastewater, that has turned out to be something that it shows up early on if somebody has the virus.
It absolutely does. And we did have, we have we're using 5 of our residence halls. In one of them, one of our largest, one that has 300 students, we did get a positive sample. Again, that's perceived generally as a predictor. We quarantined all 300 students. We did now individual testing beyond the surveillance testing that we do of 400 individuals every week. And ultimately, we believe there was one case that we somewhat already knew about, that in that resident hall that was quarantined, that turned out to be the indicator. But the 280-plus students all tested negative. As they tested negative, we put them back into the flow of the regular student population. So again, it's being thoughtful, it's being prepared, it's being intentional, and it's being, in part, as you know, smart and lucky.
Mm-hmm. Right, absolutely. Yeah, it all factors in. All right, stick with us. We're going to continue our conversation with Dr. Joel Bloom, president of NJIT, joining us from Newark, obviously taking very specific steps to keep his team and his students safe. We know that higher education has been one of the most challenging front lines of all of this in terms of getting back to some semblance of normal life, Carol.
And do it safely. And he talks about, you know, opening up the labs for juniors and seniors. Anybody who's in kind of a STEM, science, you name it, like that's such a big part of the educational process, is being in the lab and working on a team and working to learn about things in that particular, you know, way. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master, Jason Kelly. This is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, we're going to continue our conversation with Dr. Joel Bloom over at NJIT. Want to talk to him about some of the specific programs that they're working on and how maybe some of this has changed even slightly the way that they're educating their students, what they're thinking about, what their students are saying back to them.
But good to hear that they've got people back on campus and they're moving ahead. All right, we'll get back to him in just a moment. Let's get back to your top business stories. Also check on that trading day. Here's once again Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. And U.S. stocks are trading close to session highs right now with the S&P up 44, a gain of 1.3%. I'll give you the numbers. The story in a moment here. The Dow's up 355, up 1.3%. NASDAQ up 180. That is a gain of 1.6%. 10-year down 16.30 seconds. 10-year yield now 0.75%. Gold is up $14 the ounce, up 0.8%, 19.14. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 5.7%, $39.15 a barrel now on WTI. U.S. stocks close to a 3-week high on optimism over economic stimulus and that President Trump may leave the hospital soon. Treasury yields, as I mentioned, jumping. The dollar is weakening. Bristol Myers Squibb buying MyoKardia for $13.1 billion in cash in a deal to expand its offering of heart drugs. Bristol Myers, little changed, up 0.3%, but MyoKardia is surging now by 58%. Regeneron Pharmaceuticals climbing the most in almost 7 months after President Trump got the biotech company's antibody cocktail to treat COVID-19. Regeneron shares up now by 6%. Well, President Trump does remain hospitalized at the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. We will be getting an update shortly on his condition, but lots of questions today about the severity of his illness based on the treatments that have been disclosed by doctors. Dr. Joshua Sharfstein is Vice Dean at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
If in fact he got steroids and the antibody treatment and remdesivir, his physicians were quite worried about him, and they really threw a lot of stuff at him because particularly steroids are for pretty severely affected individuals. So I think there's reason to be concerned until we really know that he's out of the woods, and it's probably going to be a few more days to know that for sure. I don't know if you can rely on what's being said.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 44 points, up 1.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Great to still have with us Dr. Joel Bloom. He's president of NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology, with us from their campus in Newark, New Jersey. So, Dr. Bloom, I do wonder, with so many people on campus, I do wonder, too, about how you do impose restrictions about what everyone does. And I bring it up considering the last week, and we saw out of Washington, the last couple of weeks, whether it's for a Supreme Court nomination, we saw people gathered even in an open setting, and yet we are now realizing, or whether it's on the campaign, realizing how these things can be problematic and cause those virus numbers to go higher. How do you basically keep college students under control?
Well, we have outstanding students. They're smart. They're receiving STEM education. They know what their future looks like, and why would they jeopardize it by either violating what we've asked them to follow, which is remain masked, remain socially distant. We have a pledge that every time they open up their computer or their devices that they have to pledge they've done the following and followed the rules, including hand washing, etc. So our students have been very, very compliant. Again, I think it has to do with their intelligence, their drive, what they want to achieve, and they see what's at the end of this education, 3 and 4 job offers, and very often they will be working in the professions that are going to help not only this economy, but help treat and prevent future pandemics. These are our science, technology, engineering, mathematicians, and we know we are in the tech economy. Every company is a tech company today. So I think they see the vision. They're smart. They understand what they need to do. And again, they are following the rules. And again, we are very fortunate.
And Dr. Bloom, along those lines, I mean, I have to say, having spent some time on your campus and having spent some time with you and a lot of your students and faculty, there is a sort of sense of purpose and a sense of mission that I feel like sometimes, candidly, as we look across the higher education landscape, maybe doesn't exist across the board. And it does feel like we are at this moment of, it's almost like this existential inflection point, right, for higher education, where people are asking a lot of big questions about why should I go, where should I go, what am I going to get out of it? What do you do as someone who's ultimately responsible for this institution to ensure that you're essentially continuing to be a step ahead of that debate?
Well, first and foremost, we lead by example. The example of our alumni, what they are doing professionally, how they are succeeding. The example of the companies that come to campus that recruit here. We could just go up and down the alphabet, from Alphabet to Amazon to Apple to Microsoft. So they come here with a strong sense of conviction. Again, a predominant student coming to NJIT is middle to lower income, very often economically at the bottom quintile of family income. So again, they are very often self-motivated. We constantly keep them in a context in which they are mentored. They get an opportunity to apply early on what they are learning. That comes back to what Carol was mentioning about the lab environment. We have them work in teams. We have them in front of faculty who make the theoretical very applied and make it very real. So see the goal of employment, how they contribute, how they can improve the quality of life. They see the research that's going on here. We've got some of the NSF money to do rapid research in the environmental spread of the COVID-19 virus. So it's all very real. It's very applied, very hungry, very motivated students. And again, we try to lead by example of what our alums have achieved, the companies that we partner with, and how they can be innovators, entrepreneurs, and have a very significant impact in the careers and in the professions that they choose.
All right. We're going to have to leave it there. Dr. Joel Bloom, we always enjoy time with you, president of the New Jersey Institute of Technology, on the phone from Newark, New Jersey. Was it Lonsdale who that we talked to, Palantir, about the need for more engineers, right? We were talking
fewer
about
lawyers, more engineers.
Yeah, fewer lawyers, more engineers.
The world would be better with more engineers.
It's a T-shirt.
Yeah, totally.
We would sell out in a heartbeat.
It would, especially at NJIT, because we've seen them. And I do think that, that sense of purpose is real, that he's basically like, look, these guys aren't going to mess this up.
Right, they get it.
They get it.
Right, they understand, right? The dangers in place if you don't kind of do the right thing. All right, let's get another check on world and national news headlines. Over to Nancy Lyons, we go in our D.C. studio. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Just moments ago, President Trump tweeted that he will be leaving Walter Reed Military Medical Center at 6:30 p.m. today, Wall Street time. A news conference is planned in about 20 minutes. Trump is coming under fire for a drive-by appearance outside Walter Reed yesterday. Dr. James Phillips is an attending physician and at Walter Reed and chief of disaster medicine at George Washington University. He tells the Today Show the move put the Secret Service at risk and sets a bad example.
This was a dangerous move. There is no medical benefit for this to have taken place. It violates CDC guidelines that come from the president's own administration.
There's now a new member of President Trump's inner circle who's tested positive for coronavirus. White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany says she now has the illness, even though she says she is exhibiting no symptoms. The World Health Organization is warning difficult times are still ahead in dealing with the virus. Dr. Michael Ryan is the head of emergencies for the organization's Global Health Group. He says a large segment of the population has already been affected.
Our current best estimates tell us that about 10% of the global population may have been infected by this virus.
The estimate, which would amount to more than 760 million people based on the current world population of about 7.6 billion. That far outstrips the number of confirmed cases, which is more than 35 million worldwide. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nance, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser here with you. And, man, this is an Amanda Gordon blockbuster. Talk about schools, talk about Manhattan, talk about, I'll just say it, rich folks and schools in Manhattan. It's all here. It's all here, Carol.
It could be on Billions. It could have been in Bonfire of the Vanities years ago. It's just like this whole idea. So a group of parents at one of New York's Tony's private schools, tuition runs more than $54,000 a year. So they're kind of unhappy about the quality of their children's education during the pandemic. We are talking about...
Can we stop on one second?
What?
$54,000 a year.
How long have you been living in this area?
I know.
Come on.
Still.
You wrote a book about private... You wrote 2 books about private equity.
It's still a huge
You
amount
understand
of money.
this area. I know.
For our listeners who are outside of New York City, that I think...
They just fell off their chairs.
Yeah.
They're like, what?
Yeah.
Don't you have public schools where it costs nothing?
Yeah. Yeah. In any case, go on.
So we're talking about the Dalton School. They have some very prominent alumni. Claire Danes, the actress, Anderson Cooper over at CNN and CBS 60 Minutes. So they broke with many of the city's private schools and going with all digital instruction until at least mid-year. Because I have to say, of these types of schools, private schools, where you are paying more than $50,000 or $60,000 a year, there's been a mix in terms of the approach. A lot of them have hybrids and so on. So now, after weeks of watching their kids stream in and out of other private school buildings and the city's public schools getting back to work, some Dalton parents are calling for kids to get off their computers and back in the classroom. They're frustrated.
Yeah, because we all know that the online learning environment is not exactly equal.
Well,
It's
what am
far
I
from
paying
equal.
for, though, if my kid is sitting at home in front of a computer?
Right. I mean, part of the argument is, the best teachers, the best instruction, et cetera. But listen, I think it's going to be an argument that we can continue to have. I do like it when you remind me, like, where are you from? Are you new? You new here? Are you around here?
Are you new to this? Anyway, it's a great read. We'll put it out.
And one of the
on
most
Twitter.
read on the Bloomberg, not surprisingly.
We'll put it out. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, repeating our earlier headline. President Trump says he will leave the hospital at 6:30 tonight, Wall Street time. We've got a briefing coming up at 3 p.m. We will have it for you live right here on Bloomberg Radio. And this additional headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service, the Engie board has accepted Veolia's offer to buy a stake in Suez. Suez is in the business of providing equipment and services for water supply and waste collection. Stocks climbing to an almost 3-week high on optimism over economic stimulus, also that President Trump will be leaving the hospital shortly. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all rebounding from Friday's swoon. Here's where we stand. The S&P 500 index up now by 46 points, up 1.4%. The Dow up 362, up 1.3%. NASDAQ up 192, up by 1.7%. 10 years down 16/30 seconds with a yield of 0.75%. Gold is up 0.8%, $19.14 the ounce, up by more than $14 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude now up 6.1%, $39.31 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser, and among the celebrities, by the way, Carol, who showed up at Dave Wilson's 30th anniversary little virtual gathering earlier, Mike Regan, of course.
Of course.
Paying homage, paying his respects to the GOAT when it comes to
Market
the market's
bro.
coverage. Exactly. He, of course, is one of the senior editors looking after our markets coverage. He's got a great story that I read this weekend about what the markets were looking at ahead of last Friday and then everything that ensued. And that's been quite a doozy, to say the least, and to use a technical market term. Joel Weber also joins us, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week. So this, Joel, I have to say, as I often do, hats off to you, because this was one of these stories that I knew I wanted to read, and then I woke up Saturday morning and there it was. So thank you.
Yeah, you can give me no credit for that. It goes all to Mike, who I think, we had tasked sort of with earlier in the week. He was planning on doing a story that was sort of future-minded, and then basically the biggest news event of the year, which is hard to believe.
Which
I
is
can
saying
actually say
something.
That, but yeah, exactly. And it happened. So he basically had to sort of rework everything, starting on Friday morning. But I think the thing that makes it the story that it is ultimately about how the markets are trying to anticipate these next few weeks ahead of the election. And the thing that I found was so interesting, and the thing that I'll hope that he'll talk about a little bit here, is this idea of this, how much of this was already kind of baked in, and that's sort of built into today's pop, if you will. So, Mike, why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, Joel, thanks. Thanks for having me on, guys. Dave Wilson, I don't know if I was a celebrity, but he was one of the guys who interviewed me in my first job interview at Bloomberg. So
love that.
Felt obliged to show up for that. Happy anniversary, Dave. He's one of the legends of the newsroom. But so this story looked a lot at the implied volatility in the market through the lens of VIX futures. And if you're not familiar with what that is, it basically treated as insurance policies against a drop in stocks. And you can buy VIX futures all the way out to, say, June of next year. And the way it usually works is those far out in the future contracts are usually more expensive because, you're kind of buying a longer-term insurance policy, and, you're protecting against swings in the market between now and June, as opposed to, say, if you buy one that expires in October, you're only protected through the life of that futures contract. But what's been interesting all year is that those are October contracts, which the way the VIX is set up, they actually reflect the implied volatility through November. They've been the most, at least more expensive than the others contracts around them all year. And the traders call it a kink in the VIX curve because it's not really what you normally see when you chart them all out on a graph or a curve. What's gotten even more fascinating is that October, November, and December futures are all elevated. So you have the shape of the VIX curve is not what it normally is. You have the most expensive VIX futures right near the front of the curve. So in other words, protecting against volatility through the end of the year. And what everyone is basically attributing that to is concern that there will be a big legal fight over the results of the election, and possibly even, not to get too dramatic, but even a constitutional crisis if President Trump, as he has indicated, does not accept the results of the election. Then you add on top of that this new twist in the story.
Well, wait a minute, Mike. That's where I wanted to jump in. All right, we talk about, especially in presidential election years, we talk about October surprises. We've had actually several. So I'm guessing it was not completely a surprise when you probably got the call from Joel that said, "Hey, we've got this thing called the president's got the virus. So we've got to think of, maybe potentially rethink your story." Like, how does that impact what you just kind of laid out for us?
Well, I think everyone scrambled to sort of wrap their heads around the various possible scenarios in which it could affect volatility. I think one of the more interesting ones to me is that obviously Biden's lead in the polls has widened pretty significantly since the debate, and I think a lot of people expect it to continue to widen because of President Trump getting sick, this outbreak among his staffers at the White House, sort of reinforcing the idea that he didn't take the virus seriously enough, wasn't taking enough precautions. At least that's the impression. Who knows where he got it and if it was avoidable, but that certainly is the impression. So with Biden sort of taking a more commanding lead in the polls, a lot of people are saying, well, this sort of reduces the potential and the possibility for a contested election, because if he is further out ahead, the avenues to challenge it diminish somewhat. So that removes some of the concern about volatility for the rest of the year that was motivated by worries about a contested election. And if you look at the VIX futures now today, they're all down across the board, but especially those October, November, December contracts are all down pretty significantly. So, I think there's some truth to that angle of the story, that opinion from people in the markets that as Biden's poll lead widens, it reduces that worry and anxiety about a contested election between November and January.
Mike, do you get a sense of what, if anything, is fundamentally changed by all of this drama? And by drama, I mean the election and the pandemic and everything. Like, are there structural things or even almost like sentimental things that have changed about this market owing to all of this?
Well, obviously you saw this tremendous hit to sentiment early on in the spread of the virus, and then it was counteracted by this aggressive response from the Federal Reserve and Congress. So, sentiment's a fragile thing. One of the big concerns, obviously, now is will Congress finally get together and agree on a stimulus package? And that's another angle of the Trump getting sick story, is that people think it will sort of, a slap in the face to Congress, how a reminder of how serious this virus is and how there are still a lot of individuals, companies, municipalities, and states that have kind of been left behind and not really helped by the previous stimulus, and more is needed. So I think that is another sort of market reaction to the diagnosis.
All right, Mike Regan, you're the best. Thank you so much. Check out his story. Markets were already braced for chaos. Then came the diagnosis. Check it out at Bloomberg.com and, of course, on the Bloomberg terminal. Carol.
There's one strategist that wraps up the piece, and it says, this is over at Barings, we are truly in uncharted territory, and if a week is a lifetime in politics, we have at least 5 lifetimes between now and Election Day. I mean, that's the point. Like, who would have thought what happened last week happened? And it did.
It did. It did. Big time. It's Craig. For those of you listening in New York, D.C., San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg This Week continues right here. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business, that is coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Monday. Stocks are higher across the board, in fact, at a 3-week high. And we are awaiting an update on President Trump's condition at the Walter Reed Medical Center. We will take you there live shortly. Stocks are advancing on optimism over economic stimulus and on President Trump leaving the hospital later today. Treasury yields are jumping. The dollar is weakening. The S&P 500 index, NASDAQ, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average are all rebounding from yesterday's swoon in the wake of Trump's coronavirus disclosure. Here's where we stand. The S&P 500 index up now by 52 points, up 1.6%. The Dow up 401 points, best level of the day now, up 1.5%. NASDAQ is up 224 points, up by 2%. The 10-year down 17/30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.75%. Gold up 0.7%, 19.13 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 6.1%. 39.30 right now for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude oil. So it is an update on Wall Street. Chicago Fed President Charlie Evans says the U.S. economy is recovering, but still has a long way to go. And in an interview with Bloomberg Television and Radio this morning, Evans also said fiscal support would be, quote, extraordinarily welcome. And he had this to say about the outlook for employment.
I think we're trying to figure out where the labor market is going to settle out, how much improvement we're going to get in terms of, bouncing back from when we were closed down, and how much recessionary dynamics we're still going to be faced with sometime in the spring of next year.
Air Asia Group will cease operations in Japan immediately as it tries to reduce cash burn amid the coronavirus outbreak that has wiped out travel demand globally. Air Asia Japan has stopped all operations effective today. Among the U.S. carriers, for the most part, an update today as they await stimulus. We have got UAL, United up by 0.9%, American Airlines Group up 0.9%, Delta up 0.9%, but Southwest trading lower, down by 0.8%. Stocks higher, S&P up 1.5%. Charlie Pellet, Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, let's do a little Business Week economics. We should tell you we are awaiting some comments from Washington, a briefing from the president's doctors. Again, just reiterating what you heard from Charlie just there. The president has tweeted that he will be going back to the White House around 6:30 p.m. Wall Street time today. We will take you to Walter Reed for that briefing when it starts. In the meantime, you just heard from Chicago Fed President Charles Evans. He was on Bloomberg earlier today. Let's talk about that and so much more in the world of economics with our pal Steve Matthews. He's down in Atlanta, economics reporter, of course. He's been following all the Fed speak, also has such a great eye on both the national and the regional economy. Steve, really nice to have you with us. So put what President Evans and the other Fed speakers have said in some context for us, because you may have noticed it's kind of a wacky world out there right now.
Yeah, it is, and good to be with you, Jason. It's really interesting. Charlie Evans is very much an important player in the Federal Reserve. If you remember, a number of years ago, they had the so-called Evans rule, in which they set benchmarks for unemployment, and they said we're not going to lift off on interest rates until unemployment reaches a certain level. I think it was like 5.5% or 6%, and then they adjusted it once or twice. He is somebody who is a central thinker at the Fed, and he is basically saying, there was some disappointment with the monthly jobs number. Yes, the economy has done better than expected since it hit a low in April, but the outlook now doesn't look all that great, and they're very hopeful for more fiscal stimulus, but you have kind of a dual, a two-speed economy. On the one hand, you're having people who have been furloughed, from restaurants or from some other jobs go back to work, but now you're getting permanent layoffs. Such as the Regal Cinemas today, the airlines. So it seems like we could be moving toward a more traditional recession, and the Fed has a high degree of uncertainty.
I feel like, is this like lava slowly moving, and we're just once again watching
Fed lava.
Fed lava, or COVID lava?
That was the name of Steve Matthews' band in college, Fed lava.
But no, I'm thinking more like COVID lava. Like, we're watching its impact on the economy. We get it. We understand. And yet it continues to progress slowly, impacting us unless we put an end to it, Steve.
Yeah, Carol, that's exactly right. And in fact, we're going to hear from Jay Powell, the chairman of the Fed, tomorrow. And what he has said in his speeches, as well as some others, is you've got to think about the economic response in three legs. One is the healthcare response, two is fiscal response, and three is monetary policy. In other words, he's saying in a nice way, if the economy is not really roaring back, don't blame us. It's not our fault. I mean, he's not saying it quite so bluntly, but basically, until you get the healthcare response right, until that is dealt with more firmly, until you get some kind of fiscal policy, you're going to have some lagging in not necessarily the firmest recovery.
And the ball, and right, the rock goes much more quickly downhill than it does uphill.
It sure does. I mean, we saw, really the sharpest recession in history, at least since the NBR has been keeping track in March and April. And now, the initial move back up was V-shaped, but is now very much kind of turned into a swoosh or just kind of leveling out.
And so, Steve, one of the things we rely on you for, and I've literally relied on you for almost 2 decades now, is a clear window into the economy there in the Southeast, which we know is a complex economy, but also really important and an amazing indicator of what's going on through the rest of the country because of the fast growth there in the Sun Belt and some of the most notable sort of demographic and economic shifts that are going on in the country. What does it look like right now? I mean, I know you're in touch with Raphael Bostic and his team all the time. Like, what are you seeing across the Southeast right now?
Well, you're still seeing things are opening up. Schools are back. You're seeing some momentum. But at the same time, it's like Delta Airlines is a big employer here. They're running, a third of the flights that they were running beforehand. You see lots of restaurants, even in Atlanta and throughout the Southeast, where they're just doing takeout. And, the hiring is not come back. And there are struggling small businesses. And, in fact, one of the things that, Raphael Bostic has said, as well as Charles Evans today, is there are a lot of small businesses that are just kind of holding on by a thread. And the Fed the Fed has lending powers, but a lot of these businesses don't really need loans; they need grants.
Right.
And so it's a different situation, a difficult situation.
The lending, not spending tour of 2020, right, Kara?
Fed lava.
Fed
lava. And talking about the Southeast and what's important here with college football,
it
was reported today that Bobby Bowden, the FSU coach, legendary coach, has COVID. And it's like, wow, I mean, that's terrible in a personal way, but it's also kind of something that's going to hit Florida and the Southeast hard.
Yeah, well, and just this whole idea, and Steve, I know you've been watching this. We've been talking about it on our Business of Sports show a ton, that, you start to think about these different economic engines in different parts of the country. And, the stat that I heard that you've probably heard as well, you probably reported it, I'm probably quoting you back to you, is that in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, the economic impact of a single University of Alabama football game is $20 million. And you sort of times that by 5 or 6 over the course of a season.
There are a ton of small college towns like Tuscaloosa and Clemson and Tallahassee and Auburn, where they depend heavily on just thousands of people moving in over a weekend. And it's like now, if they're having fans at all, they're having 20% of the fans. And it's making a huge difference. I mean, it's hard for these restaurants and hotels to survive through all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? This is why I love Steve Matthews, because he goes from, the most arcane Fed
He's
speak.
He's a Renaissance man.
He is a Renaissance man.
Let's just go for
it. Exactly. I like that he got Clemson in there because he's a proud Clemson alum. Steve Matthews, economics reporter, our great friend at Bloomberg down in our Atlanta bureau. Really good to catch up with him, Carol.
All right. We're going to get another check on world and national news headlines. For that, let's bring in Nancy Lyons. She's in our D.C. studio. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President Trump says he will leave Walter Reed Military Medical Center at 6:30 tonight Wall Street time and continue his recovery at the White House. He tweets he's feeling really good, even better than he felt 20 years ago. He also says don't be afraid of COVID and don't let it dominate your life. We are waiting on a news conference, a news briefing at Walter Reed Military Medical Center. While the president and his doctors are seeking to minimize the severity of his COVID, that view has been called into question by medical experts. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports from Washington.
The medication the president has received offers clues into his condition, Dr. Joshua Sharfstein of Johns Hopkins said in a Bloomberg interview.
His physicians were quite worried about him. They really threw a lot of stuff at him because particularly steroids are for pretty severely affected individuals. So there's reason to be concerned until we really know that he's out of the woods. And it's probably going to be a few more days to know that for sure.
Dr. Sharfstein said events in crowded conditions, particularly indoors without the use of face masks, are just what the coronavirus ordered. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
We also learned today White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany announced that she has tested positive for the virus and is entering quarantine. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg. Back to you, Carol and Jason.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. It's interesting to sort of look at what people are reading today because, spoiler alert, they're just reading about the president. I mean, we go down the list of most read. I mean, it's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, and exactly. And a lot about, of course, the president and his health. Let's take you to Walter Reed Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland, for an update on the president.
For being here. Over the past 24 hours, the president has continued to improve. He's met or exceeded all standard hospital discharge criteria. He'll receive another dose of remdesivir here today, and then we plan to get him home. It's been more than 72 hours since his last fever. Oxygen levels, including ambulatory saturations and his work of breathing, are all normal. Though he may not entirely be out of the woods yet, the team and I agree that all our evaluations, and most importantly, his clinical status, support the president's safe return home, where he'll be surrounded by world-class medical care 24/7. I'd like to bring Dr. Dooley up to review some more specifics.
Good afternoon. Just a brief update this morning. As Dr. Connolly mentioned, the president continues to do very well. His vital signs this morning were notable for a temperature of 98.1. His blood pressure was 134/78. A respiratory rate of 17 respirations per minute. His heart rate was 68 beats per minute. And his last oxyhemoglobin saturation was 97% on room air. He currently does not endorse any respiratory complaints. And aside from our evaluation with the multidisciplinary team this morning, has maintained a full schedule, ambulating and working on the White House Medical Unit. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Garibaldi to again discuss therapeutics. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon. And again, I just wanted to echo the sentiment of what an honor it is to be part of this wonderful team here at Walter Reed. Yesterday evening, the president received his third dose of remdesivir. He tolerated that infusion without difficulty, and his kidney and liver function continued to be normal. Our plan is to give the fourth dose of remdesivir this evening before he goes back to the White House, and we've made arrangements to deliver the fifth and final dose of his treatment course at the White House tomorrow evening. He continues on dexamethasone, and again, the plan for today is to continue to be up and out of bed, eat and drink, and work as he is able. And I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Jason Blaylock, who's an infectious disease specialist and the chief of medicine here at Walter Reed, to give some updates on infection control. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I just want to say what an honor it's been to be part of this medical team behind me and to care for the president. Since the president's arrival at Walter Reed, he's received medical management that remains in line with national clinical societal guidelines for treatment of COVID-19 infection. In addition, both myself and Dr. Wes Campbell have worked very closely with various laboratories in the area, state-of-the-art facilities to include USAMRIID and RARE on obtaining advanced diagnostic testing to really inform the White House medical team of both the status of the president as well as his ability to transmit virus to others. Also, we have worked very closely with the Walter Reed team to ensure that we are looking very closely at infection control prevention strategies and the right posture so that the president can safely return to his residence. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Conley, who will answer any final questions.
Thanks, Jason. I mentioned it Saturday, but I'd like to reiterate myself just how grateful the President and I are to the men and women of Walter Reed, our colleagues at Johns Hopkins, as well as the many federal, private institutions that we've received support from. And so long as everything continues on the track that we're experiencing right now, this time, as the President already tweeted out, is to get him home later today. With that, I'll take a couple questions.
Discharged back to the White House when he was given steroids. You've said that he's still on those steroids. Those are medicines, as you know, that are usually given to COVID patients who are on ventilators or with low oxygen. So did you overtreat him? And if he's still on that medication, how is it safe for him to return to the White House?
So we send patients home with medications all the time. In fact, yesterday afternoon, he probably met most of his discharge requirements safely from the hospital. And he's returning to a facility, the White House Medical Unit, that's staffed 24/7, top-notch physicians, nurses, PAs, logisticians, and the unit here, the team here behind me is going to continue to support us in that nature. Yes?
What infection control measures are you taking? And how was it safe for him to drive around in a cloth mask yesterday? And how is it safe for him now to return to the White House where there have been so many cases? How's any of this safe?
So the president has been surrounded by medical and security staff for days wearing full PPE. And yesterday, the U.S. Secret Service agents were in that same level of PPE for a very short period of time. We've worked with our infectious disease experts to make some recommendations for how to keep everything safe down at the White House for the president and those around him. We're looking at where he's going to be able to carry out his duties, office space, and I'll just say that it's in line with everything we've been doing upstairs for the last several days.
Can you tell us, please, on testing, can you tell us when he had his last negative test? Was it Thursday? Was it Wednesday? When do you remember when he had his last negative test?
I don't want to go backwards.
Contact tracing for people who are around him to know
I understand.
when he
The contact tracing, as I understand it, is being done. I'm not involved in that. So.
Why did you begin the starvation that he leave, or was this something he pushed for?
No. So we try to get patients home and out of the hospital as quickly as is safe and reasonable. Every day a patient stays in the hospital unnecessarily is a risk to themselves. And right now there's nothing that's being done upstairs here that we can't safely conduct down home.
You said that 7 to 10 days was a window that you'd be concerned about. I don't think we're there yet. So do you have concerns about potential worsening or reversal, and what are your plans for addressing that if it were to happen?
You're absolutely right, and that's why we all remain cautiously optimistic and on guard because we're in a bit of uncharted territory when it comes to a patient that received the therapies he has so early in the course. So we're looking to this weekend. If we can get through to Monday with him remaining the same or improving, better yet, then we will all take that final deep sigh of relief. But as I said, 24/7 world-class medical care surrounding him down there. We're not going to miss anything that we would have caught up here.
Physically going to be in the White House, and what does that look like? How do you keep him safely quarantined?
I wish I could go into that more, but I just can't.
Doctor, why did you begin dexamethasone treatment?
So that has something to do. Yesterday we talked about that, the several little temporary drops in his oxygen, and we had discussed that as a team and elected to start it early in case that persisted or worsened. The potential risks and side effects we all discussed. We looked at the data and decided that we'd rather, push ahead on it than hold and risk, the opposite.
What about CT scans and chest X-rays? What have you seen on his campaigning?
As far as travel goes, we'll see.
His mental status, can you talk to about whether he has any neurological symptoms? Does he have any side effects from his medications? Any fogginess from the virus?
No, I think you've seen the videos and now the tweets, and you'll see him shortly. He's back. Yeah.
Pneumonia or any inflammation in his lungs at all?
So we've done routine standard imaging. I'm just not at liberty to discuss.
Doctor,
So you're actively not telling us what those lung scans showed, just to be clear.
So there are HIPAA rules and regulations that restrict me in sharing certain things for his safety and his own health and reasons.
Share how many times, you said his oxygen dropped several times. Can you share how many times he was on oxygen? You said you checked with the nursing staff yesterday?
Yes. So he the 2 episodes like we talked about yesterday, and both times that he received a little bit of oxygen and recovered immediately.
Was that oxygen required?
No, it wasn't required. He wasn't short of breath. He wasn't looking ill. It was more of us trying to anticipate needs and see how he'd respond. And in both cases, it came right off. He didn't need it for very long at all.
You were on board Air Force One for multiple trips. Are you at all concerned about your own exposure and exposure to the medical team?
I am concerned, but as the CDC says, there are caveats for essential employees that as long as you continue to test negative, you remain symptom-free, and you keep a mask on when you're out and about, which we do inside the hospital 24/7, then you can carry on your duties. Yeah.
The president's an impatient man. Has he been itchy to get out of here?
The president has been a phenomenal patient during his stay here, and he's been working hand in glove with us and the team. And today got to the point he's holding court with those of us around him, the whole team, going over all the specifics, the testing, what the future is, and we have been back and forth on what's safe and what's reasonable, and he has never once pushed us to do anything that was beyond safe and reasonable practice that we all first wanted.
Medical team who recommended against the president leaving here and going back to the White House today?
No.
Doctor, the president said don't be afraid of COVID. Do you agree with that? Should we not be afraid?
I'm not going to get into what the president says.
His heart, liver, and kidney function was normal or improving. Improving, does that mean that there were effects, and is it all normal? Like, what's up with that?
Yeah, it's all normal right now. I would say he appeared to be a little dehydrated Friday. He was able to just drink and recover from that, and yeah, everything looks great.
Campaigning out in the country, what sort of things do you?
Yeah, so the big first thing that we need to do is that there is no evidence of live virus still present that he could possibly transmit to others, and that's what the infectious disease experts and some of our partners, military civilian entities, doing some of these advanced diagnostics just to see as soon as we can identify that. Routinely, we talk about a 10-day window, CDC guidelines, but we're checking him more routinely than just waiting 10 days. There's a possibility it's earlier than that. There's a chance that it's a little bit later, but we will know as soon as possible. And then we will look at him clinically. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
Why have you decided not to administer hydroxychloroquine to the president during his time here?
I'm not going to go into all of our debates about specific medicines and therapies. There are dozens of therapies that we were made aware of, that we considered, that we discussed and debated and looked at, the existing literature on, and this is the regimen we chose.
Hydroxychloroquine.
In terms of COVID, is he having some of the muscle aches? Has he lost his sense of taste and smell?
No, we were just talking about that, what symptoms he has left, and he even the slight cough that he used to have, he doesn't really complain of at all. He hasn't ever complained of muscle aches. Yeah, he's up and back to his old self predominantly.
Next Monday, just to be clear, how long will he still be actively shedding the virus?
So this morning, I believe there was even an accounting by Dr. Fauci referencing a 5-day, the first 5 days of illness that people are most likely to shed live virus. There's a reason there's the 10 days is because most people by that time, after 7 days, most folks don't have culturable live virus. They put it to 10 just to give some extra space. It's never 100%, between everybody. So we'll see. I'm not going to put a specific number, but we look at that window is all I say.
Will the president be confined to his residence, or will he be allowed to return to the Oval Office?
We're going to do whatever it takes for the president to safely conduct business wherever it is he needs to do within the residence and White House.
Is he on blood thinners? And also, have you been giving him Tylenol, Advil, anything
Oh,
to
that
bring
came
his
up.
fever
I would
down?
like to say he has not been on any fever-reducing medications for over 72 hours. Yeah, he's on a routine regimen of COVID therapy. I'm not going to go into specifics as to what he is and is not on, but.
This here that the president had a mild cough, some nasal congestion, and fatigue on Thursday. Now, back to my colleague Jen Jacobs' questionnaire. The reason knowing when the president's last negative test is important. For that reason, your words, what you said, and also for the contact tracing. But would you recommend it that, given those symptoms, that the president go to that Bedminster fundraiser?
It's not up to me necessarily, the president's schedule, but I would say that it wasn't until after he returned that we really sat down, then knowing the news of the day, that we really dove into how are you feeling, what's going on.
Those were the symptoms he was experiencing on Thursday.
I'm not going to get into operations.
When was his last negative test, and what was his viral load?
I know everyone wants that. Yeah, I don't have his viral load. Those are some of the diagnostics that we're sending out that will really tell us when it's safe for him to get back out and around people.
Say when the last negative test was.
Any abnormal tests? Were any of his lab tests abnormal?
I'm not. Again, HIPAA kind of precludes me from going into too much depth and things that I'm not at liberty or doesn't wish to be discussed. At some future point, maybe. But today, sorry. I think that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, so you've been listening to the President's Physicians, led by Dr. Sean Conley, the White House physician. They're at Walter Reed Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland, giving an update on the president and several headlines, I think, safe to say, Jason, coming out of that. And basically, bottom line, the doctor's saying the President Trump's clinical status supports his going home, and he is expected to go this evening. He's been given a third dose of remdesivir, which is a drug that's still in clinical trials, but thought to kind of interfere with the virus, basically making copies of itself. He's going to get a fourth dose tonight before he does go back to the White House, a fifth dose tomorrow, but they seem to be confident that they can manage his care from the White House.
Yes, and the doctor is really Dr. Sean Conley, declining to answer a couple questions about the last negative test. And I think that is one thing that people are very interested in, especially when it comes to what were the triggering events. We have seen numerous cases inside the White House, on Capitol Hill, all stemming back presumably to several large gatherings.
Yeah. Exactly. And it was interesting. They were just talking about viral load, and they were saying, yeah, I know you all want to hear about it. I don't have it. It's apparently, and I had to kind of Google, a measure of virus particles. So it's the amount of virus present once a person has been infected.
Yeah.
And the virus has had some time to replicate in their cells. So basically, I guess, how much is in him? And, I guess time will tell, Jason, whether or not this was the right protocol in letting the president leave early. He certainly does seem healthy. He's done several videos and been out there on Twitter, but I guess time will tell. As we know, this is a very unpredictable virus.
Right. And I think it also is fair to point out, and I'm sure we're going to talk about this with Josh Wingrove in a few minutes, but it's also fair to point out that it's not like you going to your house or me going to my house in terms of the medical care that is available literally right where you are in terms of the White House. So, and that was also one of the questions as to why he went to Walter Reed in the first place. So more to come on that. Let's get an update on the trading day with Charlie Pellett. Hey, Charlie.
I thank you very much, Jason. 30 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. I was monitoring the stock charts while we had that briefing. Stocks rose as the briefing was going on, began just about 3:05 Wall Street time thereabouts, but stocks did move higher as they were speaking. So right now we are at the best level of the day on the S&P. S&P 500 index is climbing now by 60 points, a move higher. Let me give you the numbers first. We'll give you the why behind the numbers in just a moment. The S&P 500 index advancing. Dow Jones Industrial Average now up 468 points. That is a gain of 1.7%. S&P again up 60. NASDAQ is up 245 points now. That is an advance of 2.2%. 10-year yield 0.77% now. Gold is up $12 the ounce, higher by 0.7% at $19.12. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 6.3%, $39.39 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. So it is an update on Wall Street. Stocks climbing to a month high on optimism over economic stimulus and President Trump's release from the hospital. I'm Charlie Pellett, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, let's get some context for what we heard from the president's doctors, what we heard from the president himself via tweet about his expected return to the White House later on today. Josh Wingrove, he's been part of the team that has been covering this minute to minute. Our White House correspondent, part of the team. He joins us on the phone. All right, so Josh, what do we need to know beyond what we've heard? What are you hearing from sources about the sort of the state of the health of the president, but more to the point, sort of the functioning of the government and the White House?
I mean, yeah. I don't even know where to begin. All right, so Trump is going in 3 hours. He's going back to the White House. There are a lot of questions about that, almost none of which were answered by that briefing. This is the third briefing of Dr. Conley. He is not a straight shooter for whatever reason. So what we know today is that Trump's temperature is good. It's 98.1. I know that they've never released a temperature before. They said his blood pressure is good. Again, they had never released a temperature before. They refused to say how long he'll have to isolate. They refused to say where in the White House he'll be allowed to go. Like, for instance, can he go to the Oval Office? They refused to say when his last negative test was. He looks like he will continue dexamethasone. This is a steroid typically reserved for severe cases. They did not say how long that would last. He's continuing to take remdesivir. That'll wrap up tomorrow. Normally you get that in hospital, but they'll finish it at the White House. And, finally, he said one of the reasons he's optimistic for letting President Trump go back to the White House is that he described this as uncharted territory in terms of the combination and speed of drugs which a patient has received, which, to some might be a cause for uncertainty, but for Dr. Conley, it seems to be a sign of good faith. So, I mean, it's basically they continue to say that Trump is improving, and if that's accurate, then that's the case. But today did not do a lot to bolster credibility that had been strained by his previous two press conferences where he gave several misleading statements.
Man, I have to say, we are living in a bizarro world when it comes to politics over the last few days. I do wonder, Josh, you cover the White House. Your job is to get through the noise and find the facts. What do you do in this situation when we do have, this is not being political, a president who will say things that isn't true? You have people around him, whether it's his physicians and others, that will say things that aren't completely transparent. So what do you do as a reporter to try and figure out, okay, who are the voices I need to get to and that you kind of trust in this situation?
Well, all we can do is kind of take the data points that they give and take them to outside health experts. Now, the downside there is, of course, those people have no familiarity with Trump's case, but they can tell you what those drugs do. And so, for instance, yesterday, when they said, oh, by the way, he's on dexamethasone, outside doctors said that's unusual. That's usually a bad sign, not a good sign, and it's really unusual to receive it so early on. So know how typically humans react to this thing. So Trump, based on when we know he got sick, he's probably still shedding virus, which is going to be an issue, in navigating. They say that they're going to set something up at the White House so he doesn't get other people sick. But, just today alone, we've had reports of several cases linked to the White House among staff or even residents' staff. So it's not just like his political aides, but, average folks who work in the White House, keeping things running. They could be put at risk by this. But, of course, workers in Walter Reed would be put by risk by serving any COVID patient, regardless of whether it's the president or not. So I don't know. I think broadly speaking, they think